about my parents. Wish I could honestly say my childhood was a happy one, but I can't. My years growing up were not altogether happy years, largely because of my parents. They both had such promise when they were first wed, but it quickly deteriorated after that. My father, well, he was a strong, dominant personality. My mother, not very much different. There wasn't very much balance between them because they were so similar. And they fought like hell. That made life in our household hell. My parents were known by their friends and acquaintances as the Battling Bells in 3 states, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, despite the obvious disharmony in those days, people tended to stick it out, even as in my parents' case, for more than 20 years. I think I'll begin with my father. My father is Arthur William Bell, Jr., named after his father, my grandfather, Arthur Bell. So that makes me the third Arthur William Bell. The Bells also had another thing in common. They were leaders. Francis Bell, who preceded my grandfather, was one of the early founders of Stamford, Connecticut. My grandfather served as a councilman at large in Stamford. Then there was my father, who became an officer in the U.S. Marine Reserve, another leader. Now, in my own peculiar way, I suppose, I function as a kind of leader, or at the very least, I'm in a unique position of influencing people. It is interesting, isn't it, how things work out in line with one's heritage. My father was the person who made my life most difficult on me as I grew up. He was a stern-driven man. He expected much of himself and of me. Years later, it dawned on me that many of those expectations made me a driven, ambitious man. My father grew up in a fairly well-to-do family from Stamford, Connecticut, went to South Kent Prep School, eventually gained entrance into the prestigious Wesleyan University. While at Wesleyan, my father was no doubt affected by the fervor over the events concerning World War II, and maybe that explains why he enlisted in the Marines in June of 1940 and was sent to Officer Candidate School at Quantico, Virginia, graduating as a second lieutenant in 1942. Didn't take long before he was called to duty, and his ideal of serving his country quickly became reality. Now, in the summer of 1942, my father was summoned by the Marines to receive officer training at the Philadelphia Naval Yard, achieving the rank of captain after just 4 months. Then, on June 18, 1942, his life would change forever. He was sent into combat at Guadalcanal to command a battery of 37mm anti-tank guns. Guadalcanal, as well as the Florida and Savo Islands of that region, were the object of attention, much of it at the time, because of one coveted airstrip on Guadalcanal. Both Japanese and Allied forces viewed the island and the surrounding area as a strategic location in the South Pacific. Captain Arthur Bell's mission was to fight off the Japanese as the Allied forces made an attempt to control that airstrip. The fighting over this little airstrip was voracious. At one point during the ordeal, the Japanese had battleships with 14-inch cannons positioned at night off the shore of Guadalcanal, relentlessly pounding high explosives into the Marine holdings. By February of 1943, my father returned home, relieved, but still of the opinion that the Marine Corps offered a fine career. Fate was to dictate otherwise. He'd eventually end up at Camp Lejeune. That's the Marine base at New River, North Carolina, where he'd meet my mom. My mother, the former Jane Lee Gamer, was born in Washington, D.C., raised in Essex County, New Jersey. Now, her father, my grandfather, Albert Pruden Gamer, was also connected with the armed forces and was, again, in a position of leadership. In his case, he graduated from the 1st Plattsburgh, New York training camp, eventually becoming a major in the U.S. Army Quartermaster Corps. Later, when he was no longer in the Army, my grandfather founded a publishing company that produced a periodical called Textile Age. My grandfather was an ambitious, self-motivated man, and this affected my mother. My mother also feels that I have inherited many of his qualities and even look an awful lot like him. She insists he was a one-track person, as I am. In my case, it is radio. Incidentally, leadership runs in my mother's side of the family, all the way back to DeWitt Clinton, the former governor of New York. Just as my mother lived in a well-to-do environment and had the privilege of attending good schools. My mother attended Columbia High School in New Jersey, then went to Syracuse University in New York. She eventually graduated from Coleman Business College. At one point, several years after graduating from school, my mother felt the patriotic inclination of the day to do her part in the war effort. So, on March 15th, 1943, at Brooklyn Navy Yard, New York, my mother was sworn into the U.S. Marine Corps Women's Reserve. By May, my mother had been initiated into boot camp at Hunter College, New York, from there to non-commissioned officers' school. Subsequently, she was assigned to the Marine Corps headquarters in Arlington, Virginia, then finally to Camp Lejeune at guess where? New River, North Carolina. This training prepared her to become one of America's first platoon drill sergeants in the Marines. Now, this meant she had the important task of training new female Marine recruits. The fateful meeting of these two tough, disciplined, serious-minded Marines took place while both were visiting their families at the Stamford Yacht Club at Chapin Point, Connecticut, a club my mother's parents had belonged to for years. It happened as many chance encounters do. Boy meets girl, sees charm or beauty, falls in love. They dated after their first chance meeting, and after the better part of a year, my parents were engaged to be married in August of 1944. On those days, the idea of marriage and wedding still held the strength of tradition and endurance. My parents were in love, and perhaps like most people, they truly believed, as everybody does, it was forever. For my mother, her marriage to my father would mark the direction she thought she needed in her life, just as so many other women of that day did. There was an idealism that pervaded the country in the 40s, particularly at the end of World War II. The majority of Americans wanted to get on with their lives, get married, have babies. My parents, quite frankly, were no different. For the record, my parents were married at the First Presbyterian Church in Stamford, Connecticut, on a Saturday afternoon, August 26th, 1944. Mathematically, I don't think I was conceived as a honeymoon baby, but it came pretty damn close, as it was only about 10 months later that I emerged into this mixed-up world. My mother would tell you that she knew she was pregnant because the smell of coffee from the mess hall, ordinarily something she found rather pleasant, fragrant, made her run for cover. The trip to the hospital was on the chaotic side. The MPs stopped my father for speeding on the base, but fortunately, he was able to convince them that time was of the essence. They ended up providing us with military escort, complete with sirens, to Camp Lejeune Family Hospital. There, I took my first breath into this world at 12:23 p.m., just 4 days before the Japanese finally surrendered at Okinawa. I was a long baby, 22½ inches, weighed in at 7 pounds, 9 ounces, duly named Arthur William Bell III. My mother would eventually call me Trey. I looked it up in the dictionary, and it means a throw or play of 3 at dice, dominoes, or cards. It's always interesting to know a baby's first word. If only out of curiosity. Now, I'm a little skeptical of this, but my mother claims that my first attempt at communicating at this very early age came in the form of an utterance that sounded like ladio, which she insists could only be translated to mean radio, which in effect foretold my future. I don't know. Anything is possible. Now, I am the oldest of 3 children. My sister Tina is 2 years younger. and Jessie is the youngest, 4 years apart from me. Jessie was christened Barbara Lee after my mother's sister, but legally changed her name somewhere along the line. Frankly, the name Jessie seems to suit her personality better anyway. Jessie was a tomboy in her early years, crazy about horses, fun-loving and active in sports. I can remember tickling her a lot. Tina, on the other hand, was very serious and ladylike, even when she was a little girl. Much as I now love my sisters, however, as children, they did tend to push me out of the limelight as they made their respective appearances, and that for me was very hard to bear. After all, I'd been the only one up till then. One day, when my grandmother was visiting, she and my mother were admiring my sister Tina, the newest arrival in the household. And the story goes that while the grown-ups were cooing over baby Tina, consumed with jealousy, I picked up my sterling silver monogrammed cup and let her have it right on the top of her little blonde head. No permanent damage resulted to Tina, but my cup bears a deep dent to this day. I next directed my attention to my youngest sister, who came along a couple years later. Jess has a permanent mark on the bridge of her nose where I winged her with my sandbox shovel. Actually, it was quite a shot. In this and other incidents, I was determined to make myself the star of the family, no matter what it took. Haven't seen much of my sisters in recent years, as Jessie lives in West Hartford, Connecticut, and Tina in all places of Berkeley, California. We're also busy with our own lives that reunions have been few and far between. Shortly after my birth, World War II came to a painful, grinding close. During those profound historical times, I lived my first 2 months of life at Camp Lejeune. I don't remember any of it. My father's association with the service ended with World War II. His inclination to constantly change jobs, whether it was selling encyclopedias, peddling life insurance, or a sudden whim to go to law school, which he did, kept us moving, beginning with Stamford, Connecticut. Several years later, New Jersey, from there to Media, Pennsylvania, till I was about 9. It seems the moment we began to feel somewhat comfortable someplace, we had to pick up stakes and move on. Making friends with classmates and other children was barely possible. My earliest recollection as a child came when we were in Stamford. I was about 2 years old, and my mother had put me down for a nap in a crib. Now, I remember this. Not really sleeping, and imbued with curiosity that can drive the mother of a 2-year-old nuts, I climbed out of my crib, padded over to this beautiful cedar closet of my mother's. You know how wonderfully fragrant, unpainted cedar can be. Naturally, I must have been drawn to it. Inside the closet, I found a paintbrush and a can of paint. Well, I began with the cedar closet, and being pleased with that effort, continued to paint everything else in sight. The walls, the floor, even the clothing, shoes, and anything else that happened to be crossing my path, including myself. When I had finally exhausted both myself and that can of paint, I'd covered the cedar closet as far up as I could reach in this hideous shade of yellow. Well, you can imagine how thrilled my parents were over this. My mother fondly remembers the day, also at the age of 2, that while she was gardening, she suddenly looked up to find a circle of adults not too far away from her. Suspecting, as only a mother can, that one of her children might be involved, she ran over to the group to find, who else but me, standing amidst them, chattering happily, naked as a peeled banana. Perhaps there were indeed early signs of my future interaction with the world. Probably what had the greatest impact on me during my childhood were the battles of my parents. As much as I love both my parents, it's clear my parents were not happy with each other. As Marines, they were both very much alike, but in a way that was destructive to their relationship. They were hard-driven, difficult people. The consequence of combining two people like this was constant fighting, and they tore into each other. I can remember lying in bed and hearing things crashing around the house as my parents fought into the night. And because this was not something isolated, which would occur every so often, but was something ongoing and continual, many of my childhood memories are clouded. I learned much later as an adult that my parents were resolved to stay together for the sake of their children. This, I think, was a big mistake, not only for them, but for anyone who does it. My sisters and I were certainly affected by this environment. Today I recognize what they were doing, and I forgive them. They simply thought they were doing the right thing at that time. If I could name the most boring thing I can remember in my life, it would have to be school. I began my school career when we lived in Stamford, Connecticut. Right from the very beginning, all the way through junior high and high school, I hated it. The subjects generally bored me. The teachers bored me. The whole experience was boring. I can remember watching the clock that was inevitably on the wall of each classroom, marking off the passage of time, click, 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 1 second at a time until I could finally be free to do what I wanted. Consequently, my grades were never particularly high. Of course, I'm sure my home life had something to do with my lack of interest in school. So, in order to amuse myself and to get through the tedium of school, I became a nuisance to my classmates, my teachers, everybody else who got within range. You could pretty much count on me to be the kid who always got into some kind of trouble. Probably remember somebody just like me in your class. I played dirty tricks on the other kids, talked back to the teacher constantly, got into arguments, and so forth. I was the pain in the ass who would put the tack on the seat for somebody else to sit on, or fire spitwads across a classroom to pelt somebody in the neck. I was the one who would rocket a rubber band at somebody, challenge authority whatever way possible, make faces or disgusting noises during class, you know. Well, my parents didn't know what to do with me either. I remember my dad reprimanding me, telling me I was stupid, and that I'd never amount to anything. Frustrated with me, he would insist, "Art, you should take school more seriously. In this day and age, a man can't amount to anything unless he gets an education." I tell my son now the very same thing. That was the thinking of that generation. You did well in school, went to college, graduated, got a good job at a good company, got married, raised a family, white picket fence, whole thing, lived happily ever after. Well, I, of course, saw no point to any of that, continued in my wayward ways. And although my father would attempt to discipline me, I just got all the more rambunctious. Yes, I really was a hellraiser. As a matter of fact, my sisters and I were all a bunch of little hellraisers, but my parents did try to keep us in line. My mother was unrelenting about various rules she maintained in the house. For example, we had to eat everything that was served on our plates before we could get dessert, including the most dreaded things on earth, lima beans and peas. In my opinion, lima beans and peas are the vegetables from hell. But being about as cunning as I was unruly, I devised a way to consume these horrible little things. I'd get a full glass of milk, put a lima bean on my tongue, and swallow it like a pill. Well, as I got a little older, between the ages of 10 and 14, I became a little more sophisticated in my form of hell-raising. For one thing, I developed an interest in rockets, bombs, and all sorts of electrical stuff. First, I learned how to build rockets. For fuel, I would literally take thousands of Ohio blue-tip matches. Do you remember those in a big box? And I would remove the heads of each match. And then I'd spend tedious hours and hours and hours removing the tips of the matches as the basis for my fuel. Then I would tamp them into my cardboard cylinder rocket. Well, the tamping of the Ohio blue-tip matches was extremely dangerous because the resistance between the match heads rubbing each other could easily set them all off. I built many rockets, and one faithful day it happened. One of my homemade rockets blew up in my hands. Through some sort of miracle, I remained unscathed, but the blast singed the concrete floor and the ceiling of our garage. Then I decided to construct a metal rocket, more durable, of course. Only this time, to give it greater thrust because of the weight of the metal tube that I use for the rocket body, I included a little bit of gasoline along with the match heads. I got an old rain gutter and put the rocket inside, leaned the gutter up in the crook of a tree limb in our yard, and lit the rocket. Well, the rocket did not do as a rocket should do. It did as a bomb should do and blew up promptly. It didn't lift off. Instead, it was a terrifying explosion, and it blew the rain gutter into millions of pieces, ripped the limb right off the tree. Man, what a disaster. To this day, I still marvel at the fact that I didn't get hurt or killed by the shrapnel. Despite any possible danger, one mischievous escapade led to another. I've always been fascinated by electricity, how it works, what you can do with it, and so forth. So, one day I decided I'd rig up my backyard lawn as a minefield. It's not hard to do. Every few feet, I buried a cherry bomb. We used to have them in those days, remember? Connected to a wire, which led to a panel I had in my room. Each panel had switches and lights. Very impressive invention. My plan, actually, was to wait until my neighbor, boy who lived next door, entered the yard so I could commence exploding one bomb after the other, to get him to hop around in sort of a comical fashion. Well, I eventually got impatient, and so began to set him off anyway. What a mess. In a matter of minutes, huge pieces of turf were blown all over the place into the air. I basically blew up my lawn. A lawn I never really liked mowing anyway. Apart from the rockets and bombs, there were two things in my life that really captured my attention, my imagination for the first 12 years of life, and in many ways became my solace. From about the age of 3 on, I became, and I still am, by the way, enthralled with flying. I had and still have to this day a deep, abiding, longing desire to fly. The idea of soaring high above the earth, looking below with a perspective you can't get in any other way, is partly what draws me to it. It's also the freedom you feel, to glide, to drift along with the wind like a bird. My young, albeit industrious mind devised many experiments to achieve flight. Once I took an old umbrella and climbed the top of a red barn. I hoped to launch myself, umbrella in hand, from the top of the barn and fly, or at least float for a while. Of course, by some whim, I had enough sense to jump from the barn, knowing that should anything go wrong, I could land in a pile of hay below. Well, there I was with my umbrella. Off the roof I went, and actually, for a fleeting second, it was as though I was airborne, actually flying or floating. But before I could relish the thought, the umbrella collapsed inside out, and I plummeted into the hay pile below, almost like a Roadrunner movie. Not being satisfied with the way that worked out, I just assumed I needed a different umbrella. So I tried different brands of umbrellas in an attempt to achieve flight. None of them worked. Nevertheless, I remained enthralled at the prospect of flying. When I wasn't trying to leave the ground, I was avidly reading books. I loved and still do love to read, whether it's fiction or nonfiction. I read everything as a child and continue to read everything to this day, even though I have a very busy schedule. Now, by the time I was 12, several things occurred which would forever change my life. For one thing, my grandparents in Connecticut had a huge old RCA radio, as big as I was. I can recall being just about the same size. It was during one of my many visits there that I had my first exposure to and immediately fell in love with that radio in general. I listened to the AM stations at the time, and I marveled at hearing voices that came from miles and miles away. Radio captivated my imagination. It was magical and mystical to me. I was excited about radio, and that excitement for radio is alive inside of me today. I'm so lucky to be in an occupation which involves something for which I have a great love. Once I learned about radio, listening to it was not enough. I wanted to talk to people. That desire to interact was paired with my discovery of ham radio. There was a man who lived down the street from us who was instrumental in my connection with radio, Paul Weiss. I'll never forget Paul. He was a Polish physicist by profession who was in this country to help develop alternative methods of creating nuclear fission. He was also an avid and experienced ham radio operator. Mr. Weiss not only introduced me to ham radio, but taught me about electronics, taught me Morse code, helped me get ready to take my ham radio operator's test. Now, by this time, my parents realized I was most likely just to have found my niche, my calling in life. My mother was especially encouraging with my interest in becoming a ham. Eventually, when the time came to take my ham exam, my mom drove me all the way to Philadelphia to the FCC building to take the test. I passed it. I was 13, and I received my first call, which actually was KN3JOX, and K3JOX, then W2CKS, and finally, my present call, W6OBB. To this day, I am still a ham operator. I truly love being able to sit down in front of a ham radio set and talk to people all over the world. It's a vital extension of what I'm doing right now, really, and I am convinced had it not been for ham radio, I would not be doing what I am today. As I spent more and more time exploring ham radio, talking to people all over the world, I was, perhaps not surprisingly, filled with the desire to travel to the places I talked to. In fact, I described the feelings that I had for travel as travel lust. I wanted to see where these people lived. Now, I ran away from home several times. One time I packed up a small sack of food and 5, count 'em 5, candy bars, determined to make my way all the way to California. Somehow, I managed to hitchhike all the way to Missouri before I had finally eaten all my candy bars and run out of money. Exhausted, frustrated, I called my parents, and they shipped me back home on a Greyhound bus. When I was 14, we moved to Blue Ridge Summit, Maryland. That's near Fort Ritchie, a little town nestled in the foothills of the Appalachians and straddling the Mason-Dixon line. We moved into a huge 30-room house with 5 bathrooms, count 'em 5. Eager as I was to immerse myself in radio, I had a room on the 3rd floor. It was a perfect place from which to broadcast and listen. In due course, some kindly fellow ham presented me with a huge Japanese antenna, which, to my mother's horror, I climbed up on the roof to install. I spent hours in my sanctum gathering QSL cards. Now that's a code confirmation, actually a card, signifying contact between one ham and another from all over the world. The walls of my radio room were covered with these cards. Though I was able to spend time doing what I loved, there still was an undercurrent of chaos in my house that prevented me from truly being at peace, forced me to consider whether I wanted to remain there as I approached my 18th birthday. As I broached the subject of enlisting in the service, my parents probably breathed a big sigh of relief as they were beginning to run out of ideas on how to deal with the black sheep of the family, and since their marriage was on very thin ice at that point, they did not need additional problems from me. Accordingly, even though I was still only 17 at the time, they signed the necessary consent form, and I was officially enlisted in the Air Force and off to see the world. Now, when I was 17, I got out of high school. I enlisted in the armed services. This was in 1962, and the Vietnam fiasco was at its early stage. At any rate, at that time, I just decided more or less arbitrarily the Air Force sounded like a good part of the armed services to enter. I certainly didn't want to enlist in the Marines, like my parents had done earlier. I knew better. Of course, the first part of my experience with the Air Force was 8 weeks of excruciating basic training, commonly referred to as boot camp, or living hell. My boot camp training was at Lackland Air Force Base. Oh, God, it was awful. It was both physically and mentally demanding. They put you under tremendous pressure. They call you names. They degrade you in front of everybody. You work out physically like you cannot imagine. It was torture. It was hell. Their aim, of course, was to weed out the weak from those who would endure. The approach taken to weed people out is smart. They didn't want the weaklings, and they shouldn't have them. After all, you want the toughest people you can get to fight for our country. I remember each night when I returned to my bunk in the barracks, I wondered what I'd gotten myself into. I'd lie there and say, what the hell have I done? I wondered whether I lost my mind. It was as though when I was home, I was in the frying pan. Now, in the Air Force, I was in the fire. Nevertheless, I stayed throughout 8 miserable weeks of it. Then after all that was done, they assigned me to become a medic. To become a medic, I was first sent to Greenville Air Force Base in Greenville, Mississippi. This was followed by Gunter Air Force Base in Alabama. Finally, I was sent to Amarillo Air Force Base in Texas. I stayed for a period of 18 months at the hospital at Amarillo Air Force Base there in Texas. Turned out to be a very, very eventful 18 months. Being trained as a medic and engaging in medicine, as I did in the armed forces, I must say, it was something I very much enjoyed. Of course, I was in constant close contact with doctors. I became familiar with them on a very personal basis. And military doctors, I discovered, have a very perverted sense of humor. As a matter of fact, this may well be true of all doctors. I don't know. At any rate, one day, an unnamed woman that I knew at the time found a lump under my left shoulder blade. Naturally, I panicked. So I went to the hospital to have one of my doctor friends take a look-see. He poked around and exclaimed, "Oh, yes, we have something here. And we're just going to have to do a little bit of outpatient-type surgery and pop this sucker out." Well, he went on to explain that it probably was nothing more than a fatty little tumor which could be easily dealt with. They decided, therefore, that it was not a major deal, and so there was no need to put me under general anesthetic. All they needed to do was inject a couple of shots of xylocaine, a local anesthetic, to numb the area. So they took me into the operating room, where they had me lay down on my stomach to inject a couple of shots of xylocaine and get to work. Well, as they began to explore this thing they had discovered, they found out it was not exactly a little tumor, but something that extended deeply into my chest cavity. Unfortunately, once they had me opened up, they could not put me under general anesthetic to continue with the operation for some mysterious medical reason or another. Their only alternative was to pump in more xylocaine, and they did that. They injected 30 more shots of xylocaine into me, and believe it or not, I still felt them cutting and snipping in there. It was awful. By this time, several doctors were working on me, and this dragged on for several hours. Eventually, they clipped and snipped the damn tumor out of me. Well, I'll tell you, those were the days when they did not have the facilities to test the tumor right there. They had to send a sample off to a lab elsewhere to find out if the thing was benign or malignant. If the results revealed the tumor was malignant, that would mean I still had something to worry about. Anyway, they took out as much as they could and closed me up, and I had to sit and wait for the results. 'Twas about 4 days later, the doctor I knew called me into his office for the results. I came in, sat down, stared at the doctor, who looked at me with a very stern, concerned expression. Then he said, "Art, I don't know how to tell you this, and I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but you only have about 6 months." Well, when I heard this, I did what anybody else would do. My stomach turned inside out. My heart began to race. My face drained of all its color, and I broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, the doctor couldn't contain himself any longer, began cracking up, laughing his ass off. Here was a man, a captain of rank, and right in front of me, He fell on the floor, laughing, until I thought he'd split. Well, I guess this must have been about the funniest thing he ever done his whole life, he thought. I, on the other hand, couldn't share the mirth. I sat sullenly by, eventually clasping my head in my hands, and began to cry. It was about this time that this ass of a doctor picked himself up off the floor and realized that what he'd done was perhaps not so funny to me. The tumor they had actually taken out was an unusually large, fatty, benign tumor. I was okay. I must say, however, this was probably one of the scariest things in my life. The other interesting story about my experience at Amarillo Air Force Base is the occasion when I got involved in establishing a illegal radio station on the base, but I'll save that story for a while later. After my 18-month stint at Amarillo, I received orders. My dreams for travel would be fulfilled by the Air Force in a big way. I was to be transferred to Kadena Air Force Base on the island of Okinawa, Japan. Actually, we administered Okinawa at that time. Okinawa is southwest of mainland Japan, about 300 miles east of mainland China. From Texas, the Air Force was basically sending me to the other side of the world. Quite frankly, I could not have been happier. I was given 30 days leave to prepare. So I flew back home to Connecticut, packed my bags, said goodbye to my family, got on an airplane, and off I went to begin an adventure that probably shaped the rest of my life. I'll never forget it. When I got off the airplane at Kadena, I went through an amazing, intriguing, life-altering experience. I was young, excited, ready for adventure. It's amazing to think about how it affected me immediately as I entered this new world of the Orient. All my senses were stimulated. Every sight, smell, sound, sense that I'd realized, everything that I was accustomed to in America was different here in the Orient. This was not like traveling to Europe. This is altogether different. Right away, I fell in love with the people, the culture, and I began to learn the language. On the base, I did my job as a medic at the hospital there. Every spare moment I had, any moment I could get off the base, I spent my time carousing, learning about the culture, and, yes, womanizing. That's when I developed my love for Oriental women. The experience was incredible to me, and I finally just figured a way to move off base altogether. I so wanted to assimilate completely with these people. Off base, I lived as a Japanese person, living with a Japanese girl in a Japanese home. Like the Japanese, I slept on the floor on what are called tatami mats, ate Japanese food, wore their clothes, watched Japanese television, and so on. It was as though I became Japanese. The Air Force, of course, was not completely thrilled about my cohabitating with one of the locals. They felt that I had a barracks room on base, and that's where I ought to be. Aha, so to offset this, I hired an Okinawan to keep my barracks room clean. He'd come in and clean it, shine my shoes, put them in their proper place under my bed. Even though I was having a most enjoyable time on Okinawa, Vietnam was in full swing. Tragically, there were growing numbers of American casualties because of what was going on in Vietnam. At the outset of the flow of American casualties, the injured were flown from Saigon all the way to the U.S. for treatment non-stop. There were no appropriate medical facilities in Vietnam to treat the injured. Besides, it was probably too dangerous anyhow. But the American press learned of it, creating an instant stir, resulting in political pressure, which quickly stopped the flow of casualties to the U.S. Needing an alternative, it was decided the casualties would be flown to Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines. Consequently, in an effort to assist doctors dealing with the influx of casualties, there were several times during my time at Kadena Air Force Base that I was temporarily transferred to the hospital at Clark. What I saw at the hospital at Clark Air Base was horrible and tragic. I'll never forget it as long as I live. To this day, I've really actually got a lot of difficulty thinking about it, let alone talking about it. To constantly see people coming back with limbs missing, other part of their bodies destroyed, making it impossible to live normally ever again was very, very difficult for me. But I did the best I could. Not long after my brief stint at Clark Air Base, I was temporarily transferred to Da Nang in Vietnam to help out with casualties there. Wasn't on the front lines, but I saw the result of those who were. Again, what I saw was horrible, and it is very difficult for me to think, talk, or write about. Finally, my 4 years with the Air Force were up. And even leading up to that day, I really struggled in my mind about what to do. I had difficulty in trying to decide whether or not I wanted to re-enlist in the Air Force and stay on for several more years. But I had really pretty much had my fill of the Air Force. The armed forces are simply too regimented and restricted for me. It was more in my nature to be free and unrestricted. This may seem strange because my life now is very structured and disciplined. It must be. But the vast difference between the structure of the armed forces and my own is just that. It's my structure, my terms, so I don't mind. So I decided to get out of the Air Force. In 1966, I was discharged from the Air Force at March Air Force Base in California. I didn't regret leaving the Air Force, but I did regret leaving the Orient when I was in California. I missed it. Nonetheless, I resigned myself to my decision at the time and decided to take some time to get my bearings. God, how I love beautiful women. I always have. I have an abiding appreciation for the female form. There's something symmetrical, poetic, logical, aesthetically perfect, and aesthetic about a beautiful woman. I have observed, appreciated, and lusted after beautiful women all my life and probably always will. Now, it may seem strange, but despite my appreciation of beautiful women, I tend to like what I call cute women over the classic idea of beautiful. For example, Marilyn Monroe or Jane Fonda. Political considerations aside, to me, the perfect example of a cute woman is Shannon Doherty. In my opinion, Shannon has the face and body of an angel, the temperament of a devil. I like Shannon so much, I've got a black and white photo of her in my studio where I do my show. Which, by the way, I am forced to remove when the newspaper people come around. But I suppose, above all, I've got great love and perhaps even a fetish for beautiful Oriental women. And were you to be able to see Shannon, you would see she almost looks Oriental. My love of Oriental women, of course, began when I was on duty with the Air Force. And I came to appreciate the beauty of Oriental women in these parts of the world. To me, they are the most striking, exotic, sexiest women in the world. How does my wife feel about all of this? Well, I'm fortunate, because my wife is well-humored on the subject for the most part. She is a remarkable woman. But my wife not only understands my appreciation of beautiful women, she sometimes goes out of her way to point out one to me. In fact, she'll even join me in the appreciation of beautiful women. I believe it is normal for one woman to appreciate the body of another. Now, I don't really pay attention to the bodies of other men. There may be a difference in the way men and women think about these things. I'm not sure. I also don't think the love my wife and I have for each other is challenged by our mutual appreciation of beautiful women. And by the way, my wife has Asian blood and has a beautiful, exotic look of her own, which I find greatly attractive. Through it all, I very much love my wife, and I know she loves me. My wife is not a woman who lusts after the body of another woman. You should know that. We just happen to share this aesthetic appreciation of other women. Perhaps our mutual appreciation of the female beauty is not unlike our mutual appreciation of other natural forms of beauty. Yes, I know all the emphasis on the physical beauty of women appears to be sexist. And yes, perhaps I am somewhat of a chauvinist. After all, I like the traditional roles of men and women. I like the good old days when men were men and women were women. But despite my apparent chauvinism, I adamantly believe physical beauty is not the only thing attractive about a woman, by a long shot. A woman who is intelligent, well-spoken, has drive and ambition, is not afraid to speak her mind is very attractive to me. Though I don't agree with her politically, Barbara Streisand is just such a woman. I think she has attractive physical attributes, but more significantly, she has an incredible drive for perfection. My wife is also such a woman. So when did all this fanaticism about women get started with me? Well, I guess it all began when I was quite young. I was 15, to be exact. My family was living in Blue Ridge Summit, Maryland. She was 13 years old, and her name was Kathy Jarrett. But unlike most kids, I wasn't really chasing girls or into cars or any of that adolescent stuff. Radio is mostly what occupied my time. Nonetheless, although I was obsessed with radio, I took a fancy for this one very pretty girl, Kathy. We became acquainted at school. She lived near us, matter of fact, next to us, so we had a chance to get to know each other. Eventually, when things were just right, I had the opportunity to kiss her. My first kiss. Kathy Jarrett was my first kiss. From that point forward, I was hooked on women. No doubt about it, women and radio. Then the sad day came when Kathy's family moved to Ohio. I was crushed, but I got over it when I met some other women. And as I progressed through junior high and high school, I dated several girls. When I went away from home as an Air Force medic, I became involved with many women. However, most of the relationships I had were with Orientals, mostly because I worked and lived in the Far East. When I returned to the U.S. and worked as a rock and roll radio disc jockey throughout my 20s, I often had women, mostly girls really, groupies. They often stalked me, virtually throwing themselves at me, and I must admit it was rather difficult for me to resist the advances of these women. Bear in mind, it was the very promiscuous 60s. Concern for AIDS and all that sort of thing didn't exist. It was not until I was 35 that I encountered a woman with whom I thought I'd spend the rest of my life. For the purposes of privacy here, I will change her name. I will call her Kim Davies. As much as I adored Oriental women, Kim is not Oriental. She is, in fact, a Midwesterner who I met when I first moved from the East Coast to live in San Diego, California. This was a strange, transitional kind of time in my life when I thought I might be through with radio. Suppose I was going through kind of a period of self-reevaluation. Began working for a cable company as an electronic technician, and I met Kim while working at this job. We dated each other for about a year, and then Kim got pregnant. I got Kim pregnant. It was in part because Kim was pregnant that we decided to get married. Kim and I had a son who we named Art the Fourth. Actually, Arthur W. Bell the Fourth. Now, this may not have been the most original name, but somehow I decided to perpetuate the lineage of Art Bells in the world, and Kim didn't disagree. My son, Art, is now 14. I must say my ex-wife is a good woman. She was and still is a good mother of our son. The trouble is, our relationship was, I don't know any other word, but boring. When we met, we were physically attracted to each other and seemed to get along fairly well. She is a nice person, no question about it, but was and just is not an interesting person. I guess that at the outset of our relationship, I probably figured she would change. She would develop an interest in things that were important to me. Perhaps she thought my interest in radio did not run as deep as it does, and that I would eventually establish a routine that would allow me to concentrate only on her. Unfortunately, our relationship did not go in either direction, and the fact is, it just doesn't take long before you get tired of being in a relationship where there is no common interest, let alone passion, or real enduring love. One also becomes weary of someone who is not interested in what is most meaningful to you. My first wife never had any interest in my radio career, or ham radio, or just about any other aspect of life that I considered to be important. This really became much more apparent when I made the decision to quit my current job and to take the job at KDWN. In doing this, I took a significant drop in pay. Actually, she thought I'd lost my mind. But she just simply didn't understand how bored and unhappy I was with my job as a technician for a big cable company. She wanted stability and balance. I needed challenge and excitement. I guess the worst problem was that my former wife did not excite me intellectually. Physical stimulation is important, but I definitely need and hunger for a lot more intellectual stimulation. I require fire in my life and fire in my women. With no intellectual stimulation, I wither like a flower in 120 degrees of desert sun. With Kim, I felt my soul was slowly being wounded by a lack of activity and stimulation. There was no zest for life with my first wife. We were merely partners in our finances, rearing our child, and day-to-day existence. Life is far too short to live under such circumstances. In my heart, I knew I needed out. I was not going to make the same mistake, though, my parents had made, to stay in a marriage for the sake of children, or in our case, for the sake of my son. Now, I know my parents thought they were doing the right thing to stay together as they raised my sisters and I, but I know we suffered immensely because they stayed together. I believe it probably would have been easier and more beneficial for everybody involved had they called it quits early on so we could have all gotten on with our lives. I saw the direction my life with Kim was going. I knew it couldn't go on indefinitely. Even though I knew Art, my son, might be affected emotionally by a divorce, I couldn't go on that way. Then Ramona entered my life. I met Ramona, and by the way, Ramona really is her name, the woman who is now my wife, while we were working at KDWN in Las Vegas, Nevada. I had a show at the time on KDWN, and Ramona had been working at the station, starting her experience there at the board. She was on a shift before me, and I was on the following shift, beginning at midnight, to do my show, actually 1 a.m., but I would come in at midnight. As I indicated, I met Ramona while I was still married to Kim. It happened that Ramona was also married at the time. Her husband, now deceased, was a carpenter, didn't have much ambition or interest in anything other than doing his job. So in a sense, Ramona was plagued with a very similar problem of being in a very uninvigorating relationship. Our meeting was unavoidable. It was destiny. I knew from the beginning that we were meant to be together. Our first meeting was something Ramona and a colleague of ours at the station, Cheryl Godfrey, who was another talk show host, still doing a show there, were actually busily, apparently, plotting for some time. Cheryl had previously attempted to get to know me. In fact, she'd toyed with the idea, apparently, of having an affair with me. But when she realized I was not that type, she decided to leave me alone. However, that was not enough for her. Cheryl is somewhat mischievous. Cheryl regarded me as the untouchable one in the world of radio. She encouraged Ramona to change that, to have a fling with me, if you will. It turns out that Ramona had been a regular listener of mine for a long time and felt that she had come to know me to some extent without ever really talking to me. And though Ramona was interested in meeting me, she was more interested in talk radio than she was in meeting Art Bell. Nevertheless, Cheryl determined the next thing to do was to introduce the two of us. But to do that, Ramona had to hang around the studio long enough for me to arrive for my shift at about 12:30. So she did. We met. We talked briefly, and much to my amazement, she kissed me on the forehead. And then each time she saw me in the studio, she'd kiss me on the forehead. Needless to say, that got my attention, and I was immediately intrigued by this very unusual woman. One day as Ramona was leaving, I was on the phone with our station manager, Claire Reese. Claire will be very surprised to hear this. I looked up at Ramona as I was talking to Claire, and she was about to give me my usual kiss on the forehead, as she had done before, and so I just reached up and made it one on the mouth instead as Claire chatted on the phone. Both of us immediately felt the electricity of great attraction for each other, and Claire was on the phone shouting, "Art, are you still there?" Finally, I invited Ramona to be on my show. She was with me until 4 in the morning. Somehow that made it more clear to me that she was the one for me. I learned later that Ramona, although attracted to me, didn't believe anything more than a quick affair was possible. I, on the other hand, saw no alternative but to marry her. I'm just actually a strange kind of person that way. I was not really interested in an affair, and I made it clear to her. At this point, Ramona thought it best if she went on her way. Again, I told her I couldn't have an affair with her, but that I was going to make her my wife. She admitted to me later that this really was the thing that swept her off her feet. From this point forward, Ramona and I saw each other as often as we could. It was a magical time for both of us. Her personality captivated me. She had the fire that I needed in a woman. Let me tell you, Ramona is a firebrand, wild in every way you can imagine. She is argumentative, has a world-class temper, and is fiery and independent. All this was and is still stimulating to me, and yet at the same time I was and continue to be very touched by her tenderness, her love. I cherished this connection we had made, so I purposely prevented it from becoming sexual immediately. I enjoyed the intellectual, emotional level of intimacy Ramona and I had developed. It was unlike anything either of us had experienced. In short, I'd fallen in love with her. My wife Ramona and I are soulmates. We are connected intellectually, emotionally, physically, spiritually. We understand and complement each other perfectly. We know how to communicate with each other. We know each other in a way that brings fullness and completion to our relationship. My involvement with Ramona was not a cheap, tawdry affair. Even though from the outside it may have seemed that way to others, certainly, it's something which stemmed from the heart, mind, and not just a foray of lust and passion. It was clear to me that I was very much in love with her. At that point, it was clear to me the only alternative I had was to divorce my wife of 11 years and marry Ramona. I made the best of my marriage to Kim. If anything good was to come of it, 11 years was plenty of time for that to occur. But nothing changed for the better during those years. I saw no hope for change, so we divorced. I left everything behind. Most of my things, house, car, everything. I only took some clothes, and yes, of course, my ham radio equipment, but that was it. Ramona also made the same decision. She'd been married 14 years. She knew she could not continue in that relationship, and so she left her ex-spouse without taking anything from that past. The ink on our divorce papers was barely dry by the time we got married. That's how quickly we acted. I know many of my listeners will be disturbed by what I've revealed here. Most people who listen to me probably regard me as an economic and political conservative with high moral standards, which I am, and which I believe I have. I believe divorce is a big problem in our country, and I also believe people are too quick to divorce, and some may think the way I handled my marriage was wrong. But remaining indefinitely in a marriage devoid of love is not like living at all. As for my own experience, I have no regrets. My life is my own, and I believe my Maker is aware of all I have done. And I even doubt I have very much explaining to do when I come before him, his presence, for I believe that it was all meant to be. I have a very public and a very private side. Matter of fact, there are huge differences between my professional and public and private life. Of course, there are areas where my professional life does tend to merge with my private life. For one thing, I'm basically the same person in private as I am on the air. It would be impossible for me to do a 5-hour show every night without being honest. If I wasn't truthful, my listeners, you people, would know it right away, I'm sure. So, I'm just myself on the air. Evidently, my listeners appreciate it. But there are a number of things about me which may or may not be especially apparent unless you get to know me personally. Personality traits. To begin with, I am an immensely driven, competitive person. Some may say egocentric. I'm not sure. If having an ego means that you recognize certain innate talents in yourself, and if it means you have unrelenting drive, which yields success, well then, I'm guilty. I have an ego. For I know I am good at what I do as a radio talk show host. At times I believe I'm as good at this profession as anybody in the business, whether it's Larry King, Rush Limbaugh, or G. Gordon, anybody. Is that ego talking? Probably. But then I'm not worried about it. My ego is very much a part of who I am. As I said, I am driven. Some will argue that drive is genetic, but I believe my drive stems from the environment in which I grew up. My father used to tell me I was stupid. And for all the times that he would insist that I go to college, and if I don't, I would amount to nothing, I felt compelled to be the opposite. I needed to demonstrate that I was intelligent, that I would amount to something, in my own way. The result is I became very goal-oriented and very competitive. I am extremely competitive. As you know, my career in radio is one of the most important parts of my life, so I'm keenly concerned about where I am in this odd business up to the minute. I am the first person to find out as soon as I can what my ratings are, how many affiliates I'm adding to my syndicated radio program, or how I am received in, say, Mobile, Alabama versus San Diego. I want to know. I need to know. I need to know that my show is good and that it is being well received. Now, some people may think my ego is gratified only when listeners express adoration of me and my show. When I first started out in this business, it was very gratifying to have people compliment me on the show. This is important to me, but the compliments are not as important to me as the tangible results. It is critical for me to know that I'm popular everywhere and that my program is becoming one of the most significant programs in the country. I accept nothing less. Does this mean I'm egocentric? Probably. But again, that's the way I am. I'm a goal setter. I set goals for myself, whether they're financial, career, personal, whatever. Then I set about achieving those goals doggedly, relentlessly, not letting anything stand in my way. This doesn't mean that I'll do anything to deliberately hurt anybody or that I would do anything illegal. But I will worry, fret, and work and think and put up with all sorts of foolishness to achieve my goal. And when I do it, I want to be the very best at achieving those goals. I want to outperform everybody else. I want to be in first place. This quite naturally only adds to my competitiveness. Let me tell you, when things are not going my way, I can get very angry, frustrated, disappointed, very depressed. But I won't stop there. I'll try to figure out what's going wrong, to find a solution. In doing so, I often intellectually chew things, literally, to death. My attitude about always having the best and being the best probably drives my network, my wife at times, nuts. I feel like a crash dummy. I've turned away many, many potential sponsors because I was not persuaded their products were the best for all of you. In fact, I don't personally use and like a particular product. If I don't, it doesn't get advertised on my show. Believe me, I've tried dozens of vitamin products, many of which taste like absolute garbage. Then there were the skincare products. I remember one time I put on this face cream. My face swelled up like a basketball. I've been approached by a lot of people with ideas for 900 numbers. Turn them all down. Obviously, sooner or later, I have to accept someone to advertise their products. However, the best is absolutely important to me. I suppose I can attribute my attitude and my drive and all these various character traits I've described to a very strong personality. I really am a strong personality, and it's not unusual for me to dominate other people. I'm capable of operating like a freight train in the way I dominate others. This is one more reason that I know my wife is good for me. She doesn't allow me to dominate all the time. She stands up to me. She's got a great deal of strength, would have to, all on her own. Despite my upbringing, which one could easily argue could have created all sorts of problems from the standpoint of my self-image. I have a great deal of self-confidence. Other people, badgered by a strong father as they were growing up, may have become reserved and lacked the confidence to do much of anything in life, but actually I became stronger. Being a strong personality has also made me a perfectionist, a control freak. When I decide to do something, I insist it be done my way, no exception. If there are other people involved with what I'm doing, they must conform to my direction, and I won't back down. I'm very, very stubborn. I suppose the same thinking that dictates my tendency to be controlling and a perfectionist is the thinking which makes me compulsive about keeping time. I love being on time, and I won't allow for anybody not to be for appointments or for getting things done. And I abhor people who are late. I'm either right on time or early. I pride myself on this fact. I'm a very busy person. And if I can do it, so can everybody else, in my mind. If I have a meeting with someone and they're late, I get annoyed. I can't stand waiting. I get angry. Again, I'm sure all this compulsive behavior on my part is probably just consistent with my desire to be the best. I always strive for excellence, for perfection, and I get disgusted so many times when I see people who settle for mediocrity. A recluse? Well, I live in the middle of the desert, Pahrump, Nevada, about 65 miles west of Las Vegas. Pahrump has about 12,000. Pretty much the last piece of civilization there before you get to Death Valley. It's one of the hottest, most desolate places on Earth. I'm often asked, Art, why do you live in the middle of the desert when you can live anywhere you want, doing what you do? My answer is always the same. I love the desert. There are a variety of reasons, many of them I live here. The main reason is I relish the privacy I can have. I walk outside my home and I can hear nothing. I like to stand outside, look around in nearly any direction and see nothing. This is good for me. Living in the middle of nowhere massages my soul. That's the best way I know how to describe the feeling I get. It balances me, enables me to do what I do every night as a talk radio host. I love the desert so much that I utterly abhor those who seek to defile it by littering it. Evidently, there's a lot of people who look at my desert and think it's just a wasteland, worth nothing more than to dump their garbage on it. There's nothing more horrible to me than seeing beer cans, used condoms, old mattresses, abandoned cars, tires, and so forth. I get so aggravated at this moment, I'll go out and pick up the trash myself. I hate to see it. Pahrump is definitely a small town. It has now one traffic light and one major supermarket. And yet, this town is growing faster than I would have it. I could live anywhere, yet even if I were offered 10 times more than I make now, I wouldn't relocate to any of the big cities where many of my successful peers now reside. My show is often hectic, tense, at times actually induces panic attacks. Yes, I have them. So when I'm not on the air, I like privacy. I like being alone with my wife. We take long walks in the desert. Desert is very much alive, actually. There are all manner of crawling, scurrying, hopping creatures living in the desert. There's nothing that surpasses the beauty and serenity of the desert. I love it. I will always live here until the day I die. There are people who try to visit me here in Pahrump. They go to the local post office, the fire department, sometimes even the Greater Chamber of Commerce. No one will tell them where I live, and I'm glad. There's a lady who works at the local Chamber of Commerce, and she not only told people that she doesn't disclose my whereabouts, but she also informs them I'm a recluse. I remember one time my wife and I decided to go down and visit the lady at the Chamber of Commerce, went into the office and walked right up to her desk and said, I am not a recluse. The lady was startled, somewhat confused by the announcement, so I repeated myself, I am not a recluse. All the while, my wife was laughing hysterically as I did this. Again, I am not a recluse, I insisted. What do you mean? The lady wanted to know. I'm Art Bell, and I am not a recluse. Oh, Art Bell, she said, now knowing what was going on. Well, Mr. Bell, you don't want people to bother you, do you? No, I said. Well, I just tell people that you're a recluse, and we don't let people know where you live. You're right. I don't want people to visit me, I returned, but I still am not a recluse. Apart from the attractive geographic location of the desert, I find that although I enjoy interacting with people the way I do, I don't like the close proximity of people. Does that make any sense? The open expanse of the desert affords me the privacy I need. I spend at least 5 hours every day communicating with many, many people. But I don't really want to be with people in person. People tend to disturb my peace of mind. They disturb my thoughts, my work. Maybe this is just the simple truth, and is a disease which may very well be sweeping the country, actually. People are becoming less tolerant of each other. I find I'm very protective of my privacy because I enjoy all the time I have to myself and my wife, time which is generally not shared with others. I love what I do publicly, and I love what I do privately, but I want to keep my public and private lives separate. If people knew where I lived, I fear they'd constantly be showing up at my doorstep, and that unnerves me. I don't want to become a local tourist attraction. Does that make me a recluse? Maybe it does. So I guess I'll grudgingly accept that label. So there you have it. Art Bell is a recluse, if that's what it means to be and to have a private home life. I've made it no secret that I don't live in a huge mansion. I don't live in a big estate with a swimming pool and barbed wire fencing, guard dogs, and all the rest of it. I live in a very nice double-wide mobile home, but not a trailer park. I'm secluded for the most part, though I have a handful of neighbors nearby. I don't bug them. They don't bug me. Outside of my home, of course, I've got a satellite dish, actually a couple of them that are my link to the world. My house has a tidy, unassuming appearance, and that's how I like it. Got some trees. On occasion, we grow flowers, and we've got a garden. But I'm in the desert, so growing much of anything is a bit of a challenge. On the inside of my home, I have a couple of bedrooms, one of which serves as my studio. The layout of the house is open and comfortable. There's an entryway where I've got a pool table. I enjoy pool. Nice kitchen, dining area. I've got a comfortable living room with an L-shaped couch situated in front of a large screen TV which has CNN on perpetually. My house is a modest place to live, but I love it just the same. It's really all my wife and I and our 2 cats need. I do have one domestic tendency which nearly drives my wife nuts. I'm a neat freak. It's an affliction. It very well may be a compulsive disorder, I don't know. Everything to me has its place, and everything must be in it. And I'll go around the house to make sure everything is exactly where it belongs. I have a Tropez telephone, several of them actually, in strategic locations around the house. I have the world's best fax machine stationed in the dining area. Ashtrays have all their proper locations. Audio and videotapes, various types of electronic equipment, clipboards, etc., all have their place. I believe I'm this way because for me to do my radio program, I must have everything in order. I need to have my life regimented. Orderliness around the house, peace and quiet. I sleep at a certain time, get up at a certain time, do my homework, what I call my homework, prep for the show at a certain time. And my show runs, of course, at a certain time, not a minute before or a minute later. In essence, my life is ruled by a clock. But this is apparently fairly common among people like myself who are driven, disciplined, and ambitious. I can't stand things that do not work. I am a compulsive Mr. Fix-It. Something doesn't work, I'm driven to find out why it doesn't work and then make it work, or break it. Thus, the picture of Art Bell at home is a serene, quiet one. I fix what I can when I can. I keep the world around me in order. I enjoy the peaceful nature of living here in the desert. Animals. Abby. Ghost. Shadow. I love animals. I am not an animal activist or a tree hugger. I just love animals, and I don't kill them. I'm a cat person, and so is my wife. As my wife and I were about to commence our great adventure together, it seems fate had determined that we were to begin this experience with the company of a feline friend. Ramona and I were married on the Las Vegas Strip. It was Saturday, August 4th, 1990, at about 1:15 on a very hot summer morning. We had just gotten off the air. I had from doing my radio program at KWN. Ramona's parents came to Las Vegas, and we had a beautiful wedding at a chapel on the Strip. If you've ever been on the Las Vegas Strip, you know it's not much different than a very busy highway with a lot of traffic all around the clock. The chances of a little kitten surviving are slim and none at best. Nevertheless, this little black waif of a kitten, scraggly fur sticking out everywhere, appeared just as we were having our wedding ceremony. Somebody opened the door, and it walked right in. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it was a miracle. I immediately knew that cat was our cat. When I saw it, I said, "That's our cat." Abby started off skinny and was practically starving to death when he first came into our lives. But the moment we had it was our wedding meal. It was roast beef, and I think it perverted him. I gave him a whole plate of it, and he ate that entire plate of roast beef. I've never seen a cat eat that much roast beef, and it gave him a taste for it. Well, Abby is now the flabby tabby, about 17 pounds in weight. This poor cat hates fish, loves beef. Abby's been in our company and has selfishly had us all to himself. He demands and gets attention whenever he wants it. That's how cats are. I said when he wants it. My cat story, though, does not end there. One day, Abby was behaving kind of oddly. He began running around the house, going into closets, going in every nook and cranny, just running around like a nut. Ramona and I knew something was up. Well, apparently we had a kitten under the house, hiding behind cinder blocks. We kept calling it kitty, 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 but it wouldn't come out. See, we had holes in the cinder blocks, and somehow this cat, being so small, managed to get in there and wouldn't come out. Well, I tried everything to get this cat out from under the house, including attempting to lure it out with various meats, fish, smoked Port Chatham tuna. If we left the food out, we discovered that it would be gone overnight. In other words, Ghost would come out, and that's how it got its name, Ghost, and eat during the dark hours when we couldn't see it. Well, a little thing crawled out from hiding, ate, disappeared. Thought what pathetic, sad little life this little animal had. On the other hand, it was lucky to have found our place to live, because otherwise, poor thing would have been coyote meat quickly. After about 2 weeks of trying to get this poor little cat out, it became more and more imperative that I capture this little thing for her own good. By now, I was calling the little waif Ghost, because you could never see it. The next part of the odyssey involved catching the little stray under our house, so I devised a trap. But it did not work. There's a box with a stick, and I would wait for hours by the window, and finally, one day, this cat got under the box, and I pulled the string, and the cat's tail got caught in the box, and it backed out, and it got away. Anyway, each day that passed, I was going nuttier, getting frustrated, even more determined to catch this little cat. I put on protective clothing, a pair of gloves, and took a flashlight with me. I then went under the house. After much effort, crawling around under the house, bumping my head several times, becoming entangled with spider webs, I eventually stopped in my tracks because there was a supporting crossbeam that ran the length of our house. And I could see, with the flashlight at the other end of the house, there was Ghost all curled up watching me. I thought I was going to lose my mind. Well, each night on my radio program, I'd give my listeners an update, mostly out of sheer frustration and possibly with the hope somebody might offer a solution. This went on for several more days, and eventually I received a call from a listener, a lady who worked for the Los Angeles SPCA, the Animal Control Department, who had my solution. She sent me a special cat trap called a have-a-heart trap. This is an ingenious trap made of metal mesh, and the cat walks into the trap, And when the cat steps on a metal plate at the bottom, which you cover with newspaper or something, the trap automatically shuts, and there you've got your cat. Well, I set the have-a-heart trap and waited for 2 days. First, I used Science Diet as bait, and then finally some smoked pork chatham tuna. That did the trick. Much to my delight, surprise, and relief, Ghost got trapped. The next day, we took Ghost to the vet for a checkup and to get shots and so forth. Well, we received a call from the vet who told us that Ghost was dying from feline leukemia, fatal cat disease for which there is no cure. She would die quickly and in great pain. We were also told that Ghost had an injury to her hip, which the vet assumed was the result of the kitten being thrown from a moving car. I was devastated. Actually, I cried. So did my wife. We felt so sorry for this little Ghost. As an act of mercy, we had the vet put Ghost down. Not an easy decision, folks. That night I called Alan Corbett, president of the broadcast company, the network, explained to him what happened, told him I didn't think I could go on the air that evening. Being a cat man, he was sympathetic, simply said, "Art, you do what you feel's best." After getting off the phone, I gave it some very serious thought. And I had told the audience all about ghosts, so I decided I'd go to the local animal shelter and I'd look for cats. Try to find a cat. My wife joined me, and we ended up spending most of the afternoon at the animal shelter looking at dozens of cats. We eventually found another kitten who we would learn was healthy, and so we named our new cat Shadow, the shadow of Ghost, because Shadow followed Ghost. Shadow is now a part of our family. By the way, I found Shadow in the very last cattery that we went into. And Shadow ran up, jumped up on me, and hugged me. Put her little paws around my neck and hugged me. And so there was no question about it. Shadow was the cat. Anyhow, I went on the air that night and did so with a very heavy heart. I mourned Ghost's passing, but decided to tell my listeners the story and said, if you've got a couple of bucks you can rub together, send them to the Pahrump Valley Animal Shelter, and please don't tell them I asked you to do it. Much to the surprise of the animal shelter people and myself, the money came pouring in. Thousands of dollars were raised. Last count, over $8,000, about $1 or $2 at a time. The lady who ran the shelter found out, of course, that I had encouraged people to do it. She called me on the phone, and, well, actually, she was astounded at the response. And I told her the story of Ghost. With the money being raised, they are now erecting a new cat shelter. As a matter of fact, it's almost done. It will carry a plaque with the name of Ghost. Abby and Shadow get along very well, though it's funny to see that little Shadow is very domineering and tends to boss Abby around. It's actually a little embarrassing. It's good to know that I've brought Shadow into a better life. For my wife and I, that poor little pathetic waif of a kitten Ghost is going to linger in our memories forever. I have to put the whole thing into perspective in this way. At least we found Ghost, and she didn't die miserably. Ironically enough, her life amounted to good for other cats in the future. Despite my tendency to live what some people consider to be a rather reclusive life, I do have some very close friends. I must admit, though, that most of my friends are weird people. When I say weird, it's in a kindly way. Lynn Whitlake is a good example of one of my very dear lifelong friends. Lynn is someone I got to know while I was in the Air Force. He's one of those guys who participated with me in creating a very illegal radio station at Amarillo Air Force Base, pirate station actually, and is the nut who enjoyed chasing tornadoes. You may have heard me speak of him on the program. Lynn is an intense, driven person just like me. In fact, most of my closest, oldest friends are intense, driven people just like me. I suppose that's the type of person I'd most naturally be drawn to, and who is drawn to me. Did I mention my friends are weird? Needless to say, many of my friends, perhaps most of my friends, have been in the broadcasting business one way or the other. Generally, I've found that broadcasting people are driven, focused, and frequently weird. Ron Shaw would be another of my longtime broadcast colleagues. Ron and I met at KUDE, a local radio station in Oceanside, California. At that time, I was the chief engineer at KUDE. That was a remarkable, very progressive radio station at that time. I've known Ron for over 25 years. Ron is a hyperactive person and an absolutely devoted radio person. Radio has been his major focus from the beginning and still is. He put his unbelievable energy into radio. Talks about 1,000 miles an hour and everything relates to radio one way or the other. Last time we visited together, I was reminded of how much we had in common, how much I really like him. Generally, I try to associate myself with exceptional people. One of my current best friends is my boss, Alan Corbett, president of Chancellor Broadcasting Company. Now, Alan fits into the category of people who are inclined to be my best friends. I believe we're cut from the same cloth, hard workers, achievers, driven to do what we do. I appreciate Alan Corbett's professionalism. I appreciate his drive, the fact he's logical. I appreciate him for the man he is, both on a personal and professional basis. Overall, I enjoy being in the company of people who are well-rounded, intelligent, knowledgeable, and likely more knowledgeable than I am, interesting, driven, and ambitious. Sometimes I've been drawn to people who are veritable geniuses. Actually, I think genius borders on madness many times. Verge of madness may sound like a strange and unusual mix of people I have as friends, but then I don't prefer to spend time with just anyone, especially since I spend so little time with people in a social atmosphere at all. Money. While growing up, my family was comfortably middle class. We never really went without. But as an adult, I've never really had a lot of money. In other words, I'm not rich. Many people probably assume that as a radio talk show host, successful, I'd be rolling in cash. I'm not. It is true now that I make more than I ever have. But from my perspective, once you make enough money to be comfortable, everything else is just gravy. While I'm not particularly extravagant, I have traveled the world. I enjoy travel, as you know. I own a comfortable home. I have 2 cars, all the electronic gadgets a boy could want. But beyond that, my use of money is uninteresting, except possibly in saving for retirement. I'm beginning to do that now. There are many far more interesting things to do with my time than be preoccupied with trying to figure out ways to get more money. I suppose I'm rather cavalier about it, especially for one who professes to be such a capitalist. I care far more about my profession and what I do than the money I get for what I do. The only time I really gave very much thought to money was when I didn't have enough. There were times when I virtually had so little money that it was a challenge to buy food. I lived that way for a lot of years. There are a lot of people in broadcasting who make very little money. It's a tough business in which to make it really big and really start making a decent living. Most don't. Those who love the broadcasting business are the ones who stay with it, but not for the money. It's just not that easy to succeed. These days, with my success, some money's coming, and it's almost magical to me. I'm grateful for it, but the money has never been, never will be my motive to stay in the broadcasting business. If money comes because of what I do, and now it has, that's great. Otherwise, money is just not that important to me. Panic attacks. Panic attacks are one part of my life no one would really know about unless they worked with me, and unless you were my wife and had to put up with. What is a panic attack? Well, some may call it an anxiety attack. It's intense physical, emotional, and mental distress, which in my case is almost always related to my radio program. I began to have panic attacks when I began to be a regular talk host. I remember the first time I was about to go on the air and do a program in Las Vegas. My heart immediately began to race. Adrenaline fired through my system. I became flushed, hot, sweating like a pig, all this just before the show began. It may seem odd, but even after all these years of doing live talk radio, I still have panic attacks almost every time I'm about to go on the air. Some entertainers call them pre-stage butterflies. For me, they are huge, wet butterflies. But every time it goes away as I proceed with the show. Once I'm into the show, it goes away. I know when I have a good night on the air and when I have a bad night. I never know what to expect because I don't screen my calls. When the show has rough spots, I can hover around the edges of a panic attack. Moreover, when it occurs, it's not uncommon for the show to be average all the way through. Yes, panic attacks are part of what I do and can have a direct effect on my life, yet perhaps if I didn't go through this ritualistic bout with adrenaline, I wouldn't feel normal. Books and movies. I am an avid book consumer. I love to read. I always have, always will. I have an extensive personal library. I read so much nonfiction in the form of periodicals, various newspapers, magazines, many faxes I receive from a variety of sources, including news wires, that it is a welcome relief to escape occasionally into fiction. My tastes in fiction are varied. I can't say I've got one or two authors that I like to read in particular. Though my publisher pressed me for some, I'm an avid reader of Stephen King. I'm a Clancy lover. I loved King's The Stand, about a virus which kills the majority of the world, and how those few who survive come to terms with their situation. I love techno-thrillers. So I love much of what Tom Clancy writes, particularly Hunt for Red October. I like science fiction only when it seems to be within the realm of possibility, like Arthur C. Clarke's 2001: A Space Odyssey. The movie version of that book, by the way, is quite good, too. Among other books I've enjoyed would be Neville Shute's On the Beach, a novel about the end of the world, Orson Scott Card's Speaker for the Dead, for which I thought was an absolute masterpiece, Whitley Strieber's War Day, Martin Gross's The Red President. A particularly exceptional book was Lucifer's Hammer by Larry Niven. Ironically enough, the story of a comet on a collision course with Earth. Is all of this beginning to click with you? I'm an avid movie watcher and video collector. Again, my interests in movies are a broad mixture. I'm not crazy about baseball, but I love several excellent baseball movies. Can you imagine? The best baseball movies I've seen include Field of Dreams with Costner, Major League with Tom Berenger, Charlie Sheen, and Damn Yankees with Gene Stapleton. Some of the movies I like reflect my fascination with technology. For example, The Bedford Incident. Read it. Made back in 1965. It is a story of a Navy captain scouting Russian subs near Greenland and the mental conflicts aboard his ship. With stars like Sidney Poitier and Richard Widmark, it's easy to become engrossed in a movie like this, which was, at the time, so relevant to the Cold War. 7 Days in May is an absorbing, believable story of a military scheme to overthrow the government. I also enjoyed that. Along the lines of more recent movies is a picture called The Rapture. Now, this film has a reputation for controversy. And of course, as with everything, it might not suit everybody's taste. Mimi Rogers stars as a woman who becomes fanatically religious. There are overtones of apocalypse throughout the film, but I think one of the reasons I like it is that it rushes in where some fear to tread, and as you know, that seems to fit my mindset in many ways. I love to travel. I've done a great deal of traveling over the years, all around the world. It was my love for radio, and ham radio in particular, that first made me curious about travel. I wanted to see the places of the people I talked to on ham radio. As a result, I developed what I call travel lust. As a boy, I began traveling in my numerous attempts to run away from home. Then, the moment I could get away from home by enlisting in the Air Force, I almost immediately experienced worldwide travel. I traveled and lived in the Orient for years, As a radio personality, I had many opportunities to travel as part of my job. I've gone on cruises to the Caribbean, South America, through the Panama Canal. I've flown on the Concorde from America to Paris, France, and back again. Actually, I had an opportunity to go up into the Concorde cockpit during Mach 2, or twice the speed of sound. I have since returned to the Orient, Hong Kong, Tokyo, Bangkok. My first look at those areas in a long, long time. In my travels of the world, I've nearly seen everything representative of human existence, from the abject poverty of hillside shanties in Bangkok to the riches in Tokyo and Hong Kong and the unbelievable limited space. Many Americans have no idea how good a place America is to live compared to a lot of other countries around the world. Nowhere else in the world do people enjoy the kind of freedom that I think we take for granted. For example, in Thailand, you can go to jail for just criticizing the king. In Paris, they've got clean streets, and there's hardly any crime, but hardly anybody can afford to pay the taxes and live there comfortably. They've got a big socialist system controlling everything. In South America, they have instability, and you can't tell one day to the next what government you might have. In England, if the government orders you not to broadcast something, you don't do it. You do not exactly have freedom of speech in England. We're spoiled here. We may complain of the justice system, but in most countries around the world, you have the burden of having to prove you're innocent of the crime you're accused of. And if you cannot, you rot in jail. At least in this country, as sluggish as the system may seem at times, you're given the opportunity to maintain your innocence until proven guilty. We have rights, privileges, and freedoms, and we ought to cherish them. I remember while I was visiting communist China, I asked my tour guide if Chinese people are allowed to own guns. Well, as I expected, he informed me they're not. I told him that I not only own guns, but I had my own Chinese AK-47 automatic rifle. Semi-automatic, actually. Well, his jaw dropped to the pavement. Travel puts a lot of things into perspective. Do I have regrets? Well, when I sat down to think about my life, I discovered how difficult and painful it was to reflect on my regrets. Try it yourself. The human brain, I believe, in protection of itself, tends to fog over and forget events that one finds too difficult to remember. It's a protective thing. But when making a record of your life, people want to know, and as painful as it may be, I feel I have an obligation to tell you the truth. One of the foremost regrets in my life is that I have not treated people better. When I was young, I was foolish. Frequently, I treated people poorly. Some of the people I mistreated were women. Yes, I know earlier I indicated how much I love women, but for some reason, I didn't treat them very well. For one thing, I had what you might call shallow relationships with women early on. I remember dating women who fell in love with me, and I didn't reciprocate that love. Instead, selfishly, I took from them. I'm sure I need not detail it. In essence, used them. And I am ashamed for my attitude, my behavior of my younger years. At my age now, I realize how cruel and cold it can be. I regret my behavior, and I have guilt about it to this day. My second greatest regret is that I ever began smoking cigarettes. Smoked my first cigarette when I was 16. And at this writing, I've just turned 50. That's 34 long years smoking every day. It is a filthy, dirty habit, and yet it is a habit which I am totally hooked on. I also regret I have not mustered the willpower to stop. I've tried many times, but I just cannot quit. The only real solace I have here is that the oldest woman in the world, now said to be 120 years old, quit smoking at 118. I regret my father and I were not closer. We were not close as I grew up. Maybe given the nature of my parents' relationship, there is no surprise that there is a great deal of distance between my father and I. Some things you can forgive, but you cannot remove their imprint from your soul. To this day, I have what I would call a cordial relationship with my father. It's much better than it used to be, but the relationship is still only cordial. I have some regret that I've spent my life in a technical world. Technical things are a passion for me, and to some degree my interest in technical things has had an effect on my success. But there have been so many times when I passed up a variety of social opportunities which I think would have broadened me. This is a part of my life that I think it's unfortunate that I may have missed some social opportunities because of technical involvement. People who are driven like I am sometimes end up not being very gregarious. Somehow I feel it's possible to miss out by avoiding interaction with people in social settings. I regret not having sustained enduring friendships over the years. When I grew up, it was virtually impossible to make friends because my family moved so frequently. And it so happened that my life in broadcasting wasn't much different. Many people in the business will tell you what a gypsy kind of life it is. You go from town to town, city to city, station to station, as they said in WKRP, up and down the dial. Every move means meeting a new set of people, and meaningful relationships, any of them you do make during your sojourn, are lost when you move. I regret I cannot satisfy my spiritual longing. I have investigated many religions and spiritual ways of thinking, but nothing yet seems to fulfill me spiritually. Now, I believe that we have a maker. I believe there is a God. But I'm the kind of person who must have proof. I need to put my hands on things to establish in some way for myself that something is. I also want to be assured that there is a life after this one. One big problem I have, I suppose, is I'm unable to accept things on faith. In the end, I think everything probably balances out. Without regrets, perhaps I would not be able to truly appreciate the good things in my life, the achievements I've made. And the fact remains, you cannot change what has already been forged. You can only try to live the best life you can day by day. Politically, I'm a big mixture, a mutt, which on the whole is, I suppose, mostly conservative, but not exclusively. I listen to everybody. Republicans, Democrats, even libertarians. I weigh everything and then decide for myself if what I believe is right. That's how I am. That's how I encourage my listeners to be. So, where did my political views come from? Politics is something I began to focus on when I was about 13 or 14. I remember reading a pamphlet from the John Birch Society, but decided that it was too radical for me. Later, I was a supporter of the Goldwater presidential campaign. Politics is generally a topic that people like to talk about. Rush Limbaugh spends practically all his time talking about politics. And that's fine for him. For me, I can talk politics with the best of them, but I don't limit myself to politics. There are so many other interesting topics to discuss, and so I do. I grew up in an environment where politics were brought up. My mother is a conservative. My father once was very conservative and is now very liberal. I'm somewhere in between, probably leaning more toward my mom's political ideology. There are a number of issues in America today that define what people are politically. My stance on some of the issues reveals where I am. When it comes to politics, what I do is take each issue as it comes along and make an honest assessment. I'm honest with myself, I'm honest with you. And I don't make a judgment based only on my mostly conservative political tendencies. I'm a conservative naturally. My political persuasion is not manufactured. I also do not try to persuade my listeners to any particular point of view. I let you draw your own conclusions. I believe that in order to be a politician in America, you have to be a liar. There are very few politicians who do not fall into that category. I believe to get elected in America today, you've got to have the kind of talent Bill Clinton has. That talent is to be able to tell people exactly what they want to hear. I call him the Mighty Morphin Man. He's like a chameleon. I believe it was one of Clinton's own political advisors who said that when asked a question, Mr. Clinton automatically envisions a pole in his mind before answering, tries to calculate which way the wind blows. Then he answers with the hope that he will appease most of those who are listening to him. Such cynicism and insincerity is frightening. But that apparently is the way you get elected and the way you maintain office in the country these days. I voted for Ross Perot in the 1992 election. Reason is I couldn't stomach George Bush, his broken promises. In other words, he claimed he wouldn't raise taxes. He did. I certainly couldn't handle any of the so-called alternative possibilities for president, like Michael Dukakis. I must say, quite frankly, from the beginning, I thought Ross Perot was a little crazy, although perhaps the word eccentric is more accurate. However, he is exactly what they needed then in Washington. There's really not more than about a dime's worth of difference between George Bush, Bill Clinton, Bob Dole, or any of those vying for the next presidential shot at the White House. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a great deal of difference between the beliefs of a conservative and a liberal. Usually, during the course of a campaign, there may be vast differences among candidates, but after elected, regardless of which side they come from, they look very much the same. Why? Because they generally serve much the same master or masters. This is not necessarily a belief on my part in some sort of grand conspiracy by a hidden hand like the Trilateral Commission of the Council on Foreign Relations, Rockefellers, whoever else people normally believe controls what goes on. It's just the average person taking the office of president. No matter what they may have said during the campaign, they must bow to certain realities. The one person who would not have bowed like the others was Ross Perot. He probably would not have lasted long. But he would have shaken up those people in Washington like never before. And in doing so, it would have been a good thing. So with this in mind, and on a wing and a prayer, I voted for Ross Perot. To this day, I am not sorry, nor do I regret having done it. I guess I truly am in the middle. I'm not a radical on the left or the right. Some people may think my middle-of-the-road position just makes a bunch of mush. I don't think so. I think my opinions are the opinions of a majority of the people in the country. Not the vocal majority, but the majority. I generally approach issues with an open mind and not purely from an ideological base. I also try to approach issues with an intellectual perspective and careful consideration. To illustrate what a mixture I can be politically, I admit that I even admire and respect politicians who are Democratic. Sam Nunn, for example, an honest, pragmatic, intelligent person who's somebody I'd vote for should he decide to run for president. But he's retiring. I'm sure that'll shock a lot of you. Open-minded and thoughtful, that's what I hope to be. It's what I try to be. It's what I try to convey to my listeners on the air. I'm glad there's room on the radio for somebody with my political views. Abortion. This is probably the most divisive issue in America today. I believe the embryo in a woman's womb is life. In other words, when there is that unique genetic mixture, life has begun. This makes me, I suppose, pro-life. Not fanatical about it, nor am I dogmatic about it. To me, the answer to the abortion debate in America is not whether we should have abortion clinics. After all, people will just go on with their coat hangers and perform their own abortions. The answer to abortion is obviously birth control. It's never having to be faced with the decision of whether to destroy life and to carry the guilt which such a decision may create. That's what I call choice. I know many women are haunted by the choice that they made to destroy life. It is a profound and serious decision to be confronted with, and abortions themselves are not pretty. It's why I'm adamant about birth control. The biggest obstacle to my suggested solution, of course, is the Catholic Church. The Church has certain aspects of beauty, the Catholic religion does. The problem with them is that they preach against birth control. And because Catholicism is so influential with many people, I think the Catholic Church is somewhat blind in their view of this issue. I think birth control ought to be provided for anybody who needs it. And I just say every woman ought not have to make that choice. What does this make me? Pro-life? A moderate? Is there such a thing? On our economy, I am indeed an economic conservative. I believe in the work ethic, capitalism, free enterprise, free trade. I agreed with Ross Perot about this country's debt. America is in enormous debt, continues to fall into greater debt. At some point, maybe 5, 10 years down line, this debt is going to come cascading down on our heads. The debt is going to catch up with us. I personally could not go into debt indefinitely without going bankrupt. Likewise, America can't go into debt at the present rate without going bankrupt. It may sound strange and cynical to think that America, a country which was once the economic powerhouse of the world, could go bankrupt, but believe me, it is an inevitable reality. And when this country goes bankrupt, not if, but when, a lot of people are going to be hurt. Americans are accustomed to being a very comfortable, convenient, self-indulgent kind of people. We're spoiled in this country. In short, America has become soft. We've had it too good, too long. When we face an economic emergency, it will probably be coupled with a social emergency. It'll be unlike anything anybody has ever seen, and many people are not going to be able to endure. There'll be riots, panic, hunger. There will be an America torn apart as never before. We are not ready for such difficult times. We are a soft people, and even I admit I may be one of them. But I recognize intellectually what is occurring, and I am preparing for what I believe is an inevitable catastrophe. I believe everybody should prepare personally the best you can. Get out of debt. Get out of debt. As best you can, become independent in every way possible. This is what I have sought to do for myself in preparation for the future. Gun control. I've read the Second Amendment to this country's Constitution. What is recorded there seems very clear to me. It says clearly and succinctly that Americans have the right, even a God-given right, to protect themselves. This means the bearing of arms if necessary. I am candid about revealing that I have a collection of guns. I collect them. And I would not hesitate to use one if I had to protect my family or myself. However, in America today, there are many people who do not believe that we should have guns, and that the only people who should have guns are the police and the military. These anti-gun people are out of their minds. I think Americans have a God-given right to protect themselves with the same force that, in all likelihood, would be used against them. There's a lot of bad guys out there running around with guns. Of course, nobody can pass a law to prevent a crime, and criminals would commit crimes no matter what law existed. It's just fact of life. Politicians do the easy thing. They blame the gun. Oh, it's easy to pass a law against a gun. Unfortunately to the American people, this makes the politicians look like, kind of like they're doing something about crime when they're really not. What they're doing is taking away our God-given right, our forefathers' given right to self-protection. I see our rights as Americans eroding very quickly. Why do Americans buy into these arguments made by politicians that the gun is the culprit? It's not. The gun is no more the culprit than a knife which might have been used in killing, or a club or a blunt instrument of some kind. Guns, knives, clubs, whatever. They are just material things. The needy. There are people who are blind, crippled, or for one physical reason or another cannot earn a decent living. These people get a pathetic amount of money every month through Social Security or whatever means. They don't get more than perhaps $500 or $600 a month, and as such live generally below the poverty line. As a civilization, if that's what we want to call ourselves, we ought to be ashamed. We ought to be ashamed that we provide such a pitiful amount of money for these people to live on. Why do we allow it to go on? I'll tell you, because so much fraud is out there, so many people taking advantage of the system, that we cannot provide properly for those who do need it. A lot of people out there making false claims to receive assistance. Most claims are not investigated because, frankly, it's easier to just pay to support a bureaucracy and the liberals who foster it by issuing checks to anybody who makes up some kind of story to get them. If there are too many people who claim injury or some physical affliction they don't have, then we just can't take care of the people who deserve to be taken care of in a manner that we ought to take care of them. Drugs. There are a lot of people, many conservatives like William F. Buckley and many other notables, who argue passionately for the legalization of drugs. I think they're wrong, dead wrong. I think Mr. Buckley and others are not familiar with the tragedies caused by cocaine and other more serious drugs. However, I've long been an advocate of decriminalizing marijuana. I think, arguably, marijuana is not as harmful as alcohol or even tobacco. Substances we peddle legally in this country. Cocaine, crack, heroin, PCP, speed, the other hard drugs ought to be treated differently, but certainly not legalized. Legalization of those drugs would undoubtedly produce a society of addicts that we cannot support. Already America's productivity is hurt by the drug problem we have. If drugs like cocaine and heroin are readily available, I think it would be the end of America as we know it. If we give up, if we throw up our hands and say it's the end of the drug war, as a nation, we're all but washed up, ruined. For all history, and there's a lot of history that we can look at, the Chinese people, the people in Holland, one might think their handling of drugs would teach us some sort of lesson. Fact is that given free rein, many people sink into the world of drugs. It finally got so bad in China, they had to start to put bullets into the heads of people who were addicts and continued to do that until they solved their drug problem. I am not an advocate of that. I am an advocate of a meaningful drug war. We don't have one right now. This may mean being aggressive, burning fields in South America, executing people who sell the drugs, or executing people who import large quantities of drugs into the country, whatever it takes. The Clinton administration has done virtually nothing about the drug problem in America. They have been very silent on it. The drug problem in America is not going to go away. It needs to be addressed. Social Security. Many conservatives, including myself, have an ideological objection to Social Security. I understand Social Security system will go broke at, by the way, just about exactly the year I am eligible for retirement. That is, provided they don't raise the age, which the government probably will do. I've paid into Social Security all of my working life. Consequently, I feel that I'm due what I've put in. I'm certainly not one of those calling for an end to it, and the government ought to take its rotten little hands off it. They've been stealing from Social Security for a very long time now. They're coming back now and telling us it may survive, provided we put more money into it. I'm sorry for the burden this is going to put on our children. That is, if America does not suffer total financial collapse first. I definitely feel entitled to get some of my money out of it, but I don't expect to see one red cent. Actually, I oppose the entire concept of Social Security, primarily because any time you look to the government for a solution, you're making a poor decision. The government has its role at making the country run efficiently, but I feel that to expect it to play a savior kind of role is a serious mistake. Religion. I don't practice, uphold, or adhere to any structured religion. I am not religious, but I believe in a maker, a God. I have my own conversations with him, although it's very private to me. As a youngster, I was baptized a Lutheran. I went to church for a while, but eventually never went back. While I've studied many, many religions, I've not been able to gain faith in any of them, and have been disappointed in nearly all of them. I don't need to go to church every Sunday, have somebody support my belief system, nor do I feel the need to denigrate in any way those who do go to church and find faith. When I have a conversation with a preacher or priest, minister, even those who come in suits on bicycles and come knocking at the door, I generally think I drive them crazy. Still, I enjoy talking to them all. I ask them questions, which inevitably will lead them to say, but you must have faith. And I simply explain, I cannot have faith. I must have proof to have faith. I must see something that is tangible to me. This, of course, just drives them all up a tree, but I do love doing it. I hope that one day somebody will convince me. Militias. On my radio program, I brought to light another great danger for America. I believe the militias. Because of the increased dissatisfaction with our government, there are growing numbers of people who are banding together as militias. They're taking the right to bear arms and turning it into hatred. I believe it is a magnified hatred and paranoia of the government. Then there is the ATF and some segments of the FBI that are the antithesis of this militia movement. They're paranoid. They hate the militias. I believe they're rushing at each other, kind of like two freight trains on the same track headed for an awful collision. I believe the bombing of the Oklahoma Federal Building was retaliation by militia members against the ATF and FBI for the raid on the Branch Davidians at Waco. The Davidians, of course, were a peculiar brand of militia members, held up in their compound with all sorts of artillery, waiting for Armageddon to occur. People are losing faith in our government, our institutions. I don't feel that our rights are so far gone that we have to grab a gun and take over the government. What is unique about the American Constitution is it's structured in such a way that allows for change without the use of a gun or blowing up of buildings or subways or poisoning people or terrorizing people. Somehow there are those who have lost track of the way the Constitution is to work to our benefit. Overall, I worry about America. It appears that if we are not completely ruined because of an economic collapse, then perhaps a social collapse or a military confrontation which will damage this country. We are not what we once were. Well, it should be obvious by now that I am a complex, tangled mixture of a person who has a myriad of life experiences that have shaped the person I am today. I've settled into a personality and a lifestyle that makes me comfortable and happy. As you continue to listen, you'll get an even clearer picture of how the aspects of my personal life fit into the life I lead on the radio. So let's talk about my start in radio. It was during my stint with the Armed Services that I inadvertently began my radio career. I was stationed at Amarillo Air Force Base at the time. One day I was bored, and I missed using my ham set, which had been my passion for many years, right up until I enlisted in the Air Force. Just for the hell of it, I began poking around the base to see what I could find. I eventually got a Heathkit variable frequency oscillator, an old Heathkit VFO. The Heathkit VFO was used essentially to drive a ham radio transmitter. With my knowledge and skill in electronics, I converted this VFO to operate on the AM radio band. Then, in my barracks room, I figured out a way to put music on the VFO, or modulate it, and managed to transmit to the barracks located around the base. Just for fun, I began transmitting music to the guys in the barracks. Most of them loved it. They tuned in their radios every night for quite some time and got music without commercial interruption. Eventually, our first sergeant found out about it, and he talked to the commanding officer. Well, the commanding officer decided that he did not want to have us have our own little radio station in the barracks. By this time, I'd met Lynn Whitlake, who became involved with my little enterprise, as well as Paul Gerard, another good friend. Lynn and Paul were very much involved, and the commanding officer called us in to confront us all about the radio station and said, "What are you guys up to?" Well, we said we thought it'd be okay to play music for the guys on the base, so we made a transmitter, a radio transmitter. I responded somewhat meekly. The commanding officer pondered all this for a moment, looked at the three of us, standing there at attention. "You know, guys," he said, "you really shouldn't be doing this in the barracks." He said somberly, "What I'm going to do is call the military amateur radio station commander at the base and see if they might be willing to give you a couple of rooms where you can do your broadcast." Well, naturally, upon hearing this, our little eyes lit up. We got all excited. This commander had no idea what he was doing, but he thought he was doing a good thing. I couldn't believe it. I thought we were about to get reprimanded, maybe end up cleaning toilets for the next week, and yet the commanding officer all but told us to begin our own station. He just wanted it out of the barracks. You know, that's the way it is in the military sometimes. Get it away from me. As long as I don't see it, it's okay. Anyway, we were all surprised and elated. We all said, yeah, let's do it. And so we did. Neither the commanding officer nor anybody else for that matter had any concept of commercial broadcasting, what was legal, what was not legal. They just wanted to get it handled. That's the military for you. So, with the commanding officer's blessings, we managed to build an entirely illegal pirate radio station at the Military Amateur Radio Service building. In hindsight, this was obviously meant to be for me. It was the beginning of my radio career, although it began outside the law with an illegal radio station. In the 2 rooms allocated to us, we built a complete studio equipped with records, turntables, a board to control everything, a microphone, noisemakers, all the other usual studio trappings. I decided first to get a higher-powered radio transmitter and convert this whole thing to the broadcast band. We also erected for ourselves a huge antenna, about 300 feet long. Then we went on the air. When we first went on the air, you couldn't only hear us at the barracks, but actually all over Amarillo Air Force Base. Well, we were a hit. Everybody loved our radio station, which we called Amarillo's KMED, or KMED for the Medical Squadron. We had a marvelous time. We had a great time. After a while, we discovered the transmitter, and the antenna worked a little too well. We were also picked up about 30 miles away by the city of Amarillo. At that time, the city of Amarillo had about 150,000 people. As we were not only on daily, but on a 24-hour schedule, and we provided the popular music of the day without commercial interruption, it made it very difficult for the legitimate commercial stations to compete with us. But somehow we managed to stay on the air without any hindrance for a full year. To give you some idea of a little bit of what we did, I have gone back, thanks to Lynn Whitleg, and managed to resurrect a little bit of actually what aired all those years ago, 30 years ago, however long ago it was, at Amarillo Air Force Base. And if you listen very carefully, you'll get a taste of it. It was utter madness, but it was fun. And here's actually a little piece of what occurred 30 years ago. Listen to this. Unbelievable.
This is the Art Bell Show, swinging your way from now until 7 o'clock, right here in Amarillo Air Force Base. This is a medical squadron. Amarillo Air Force Base is best, and don't you forget it. We'll be right here, as I said, till 7 o'clock, followed up by Lightning Lynn, and KMED is going to be swinging your way with the top 40 every night of every week of every year.
What do you think? Did I sound a little different then, folks? Unbelievable.
Remember, if you turn that dial on your radio, you are just plain wasting your cotton-picking electricity.
That was KMED. And every once in a while, in the world of radio, they conduct a survey. It's called an Arbitron survey. It determines how many people are listening to each radio station in a given geographic area. Well, the radio stations are then ranked for the market they cover. Unfortunately for us, KMED showed up on the Arbitron survey in Amarillo. Every commercial station in the city of Amarillo went berserk. Not only did they realize we existed suddenly, but they also realized we were probably robbing them of a significant number of their audience. After all, we were playing the same music, and we were just as fun to listen to, but we didn't run commercials. Naturally, they wanted to get rid of us. It wasn't hard. Complaints reached the commander of our base, and once again, we found ourselves in his office standing at attention. This time, he was not so supportive. In clear, strong terms, it was explained to us we had an illegal radio station. What we were doing was illegal, and KMED was history from that point forward. That was the end of it. Despite its short-lived history, KMED was significant to me because it was the beginning of my entry into the world of professional broadcasting. After my 4-year stint in the Air Force, I went home in 1966 and very much wanted to get into radio. To my good fortune, on the basis of my enthusiasm, I suppose, my obvious knowledge of studio equipment, my ham radio license, my years of experience as a disc jockey, albeit at the illegal KMED, I managed to wiggle my way into my first professional broadcasting position at a religious radio station located way up on top of a mountain in Franklin, New Jersey. For the purposes of confidentiality, I'll call this station KREL. Well, after working at KREL for a few months, I went to a radio station in a little town called Bath, New York. I worked there for about 8 months. It was during this 8 months in particular that I longed more than ever to go back to the Far East. I missed it. But for the longest time, I couldn't figure out how to do it without re-enlisting in the Air Force. Eventually, I decided to write a letter to the only English-speaking radio station in the Orient then, KSBK, located in Naha, Okinawa, the capital city. KSBK was a Japanese-owned company, which consisted of the radio station and a Japanese television station, but it was broadcasting to about 250,000 Americans who lived on the island of Okinawa, then mostly American military and their dependents. Along with a letter, I sent a tape of my work and demonstrated how I could play and introduce music, how I could do the news, and so forth. One day, after anxiously waiting, much to my amazement and delight, I got a letter informing me my employment had been accepted and that I would work on a contractual basis, that I must agree to serve a minimum of a year on Okinawa, and that I could start on such and such a day. They even arranged for my airfare and a flight out there, guaranteed a flight back to the U.S. when I was ready to come home. I remember jumping up and down with excitement after reading the letter. I was going back to the place I loved. Well, my time at KSBK was absolutely a wild time in my life. When I wasn't in the studio, we did live remote broadcasts, usually from the bar district. We'd just set up with our equipment and talk to people at some select bar. On the air, at these remote broadcasts, we'd tell people what a fun place a particular bar was, how the ladies were so good-looking, come on down, that kind of thing. It was all meant to entice GIs into the bar, and, of course, it definitely worked. Well, wasn't long before I became very popular as a disc jockey, playing music, doing news, even did a little bit of talk radio, but apart from the daily routine of broadcasting, these occasional bar remotes and so forth, I also participated in breaking a couple of world's records to draw attention to the station. It was funny. The first one I broke while at KSBK was a continuous broadcast record. I went on the air continuously for 115 hours and 15 minutes. I began on a Monday afternoon and kept at it nonstop until Saturday afternoon. Most of the time I played music, but I'd talk a little in between each record. The broadcasting marathon got a lot of attention. A lot of people dropped by the station to cheer me on. About half the island at some point tuned me in just to listen to a DJ who was doing the world record broadcast. They were waiting, actually, for me to fall over. I was even visited every so frequently by various doctors and nurses who would check to make sure I was okay and not doing it on drugs. To stay awake, I would take cans of frozen tomato juice and orange juice and hold them up against my carotid artery. Doing this actually shocked me awake. This was a very odd experience, mostly because of sleep deprivation. After a few days without sleep, One becomes rather delirious, and I did. It was like I entered a different world. But I did it. I broke the world's record in endurance broadcasting. I would never do it again. Once in a lifetime is enough for me. However, this stunt did a great deal to increase my popularity at KSPK, although I am convinced I incurred some permanent physical and possible mental damage as a result of that stupid stunt. KSPK got a lot of publicity because of the world record broadcast. About a year later, I participated in yet another publicity effort. This time, I would be part of a team to break the world's seesawing while broadcasting record. To make it all the more interesting to the general public, we decided to stage the event as a contest. After soliciting a partner on the air, I ended up with a Navy guy who must have been about as crazy as I was. The rules were that we had to seesaw continuously. No stopping for breaks, eating, sleeping, even going to the bathroom. No one could ever get off the seesaw. Then, as part of the contest, we challenged a pair of Marines. So they had their seesaw, we had ours. They got the days off they needed, and they got on another seesaw next to us, the spectacle held right out in the middle of the hot tropical sun of Okinawa. At night, everything was okay, no heat. During the daytime, it made it very difficult to keep going. Nevertheless, we all relentlessly seesawed on. During most of the contest, many listeners turned out to see how we were proceeding. There was a great deal of enthusiasm and support. People would drive by, honk horns, just cheer us on, that kind of thing. Apart from just staying awake and doing the broadcast from the seesaw, there were some other challenges. For one thing, how did we relieve ourselves? Fortunately, the need for going number 2 did not come up. Otherwise, there would have been a very serious, irreversible problem. But there was a need to take care of number 1. Well, someone very resourcefully came up with the idea of getting the relief bags used by fighter pilots. So they strapped the bags to our legs with a tube going to the appropriate place on our anatomy. That's how we did it. Of course, there was the embarrassing part of somebody having to come along and remove the bag and replace it while we were still moving on the seesaw. But it was better than not having the choice at all. How did the thing end up? Who won? Well, about 40 hours into the competition, one of the Marines finally passed out and fell off the seesaw. Poor guy, they literally had to carry him away on a stretcher in an ambulance. The second Marine was automatically disqualified, but he was about ready to pass out anyway, and he gratefully went off into the sunset. So all this meant we beat them as far as the competition was concerned, but we still needed to continue because we had a world record to break. So we kept at it for another 17 hours, a total of an incredible 57 hours, and it did set a new world record. In the end, it got me and KSPK a lot of good publicity. The things you do when you're young and dumb. I was with KSPK for 6 years, and my future in radio in Okinawa was promising. But I knew I needed to move on to expand my professional experience, so I left KSPK and the island of Okinawa. After KSPK, I continued my radio experience by returning to America. I spent the better part of the next 20 years in rock radio. Over the years, I've held positions as music director, news director, done morning shows, afternoon shows, evening shows, done regular rock and roll, top 40, even disco. If it was done in rock music during the 60s and 70s, I probably did it, and I was fairly good at what I did. I was one of the most popular rock radio DJs in any given radio market where I worked, and consequently achieved the highest ratings. At this point, I couldn't do it anymore and wouldn't do it anymore. I would now find it horribly boring, intellectually non-challenging, but at the time, I was young, it was the thing to do, and I was good. Radio is a very volatile, insecure business. They say you're only as good as your last show. This may not be exactly true, but it's close. During the 20 years, I moved, I shifted up and down the dial, station to station, moving around was part of the lifestyle of radio. And I often refer to it as a gypsy lifestyle. The majority of my years in radio were spent on the West Coast, though I did a brief stint with stations in North Carolina, Anchorage, Alaska. In the late 70s, I even worked at a station in Connecticut, which, of course, is the area of the country where I more or less grew up. Matter of fact, in Connecticut, on my first day of work at WAVZ, which has been one of my talk affiliates, all those years ago, I remember that first day. Hired, it was a union station. Oh, it was a good job. I went outside to my car, but it was buried under several feet of snow. Then, as if it wasn't enough, I had to clear the snow. My car wouldn't start. I just sat there and thought, this really sucks. I didn't want to do it. I'd not put up with this kind of weather. I didn't even bother calling the radio station to let them know what was going on. I went right back to my apartment, packed all the stuff into my car, drove straight to Miami, Florida, didn't even look back. In Florida, it didn't take long before I got myself another rock music DJ job, this time in West Palm Beach. I suppose this illustrates how volatile, foolish, and irresponsible I was, and I was. As I reflect on it now, I think I could not appreciate a good job when I had one. The job I walked away from at WAVZ was a coveted position for nearly anybody interested in rock radio music. But I was intolerant, maybe even a little arrogant. Generally the way of life early in radio was my way of life, that of a gypsy and a wild man. My rock radio days were also marked by my introduction to groupies. Everybody who's ever worked in radio has stories about groupies. These are people who become enamored with your voice and your personality as they perceive it while listening to you on the air. In my case, as with the case with most male radio personalities then and now, there were female groupies. They chased after me like flies after molasses. In many cases, they actually stalked me. They'd call me, they'd wait outside the radio station, sometimes in the parking lot, waiting for me after I'd get off the air. They'd approach me, and I admit I let a number of them catch me. I don't claim to understand how the minds of these people worked, but I got the impression they created some fantasy in their mind and wanted to fulfill them in some way by getting involved with me. I don't know. But I was young, single, very much interested in women, and it was very difficult to resist young, attractive women who virtually threw themselves at me. I'm not boasting, nor am I proud of what I did. I simply relate a colorful reality of my profession. Probably the most memorable occasion in my rock radio years came when I was working for KENI in Anchorage, Alaska. I did a morning show. I was waking up Alaska every morning with a free-form radio program, music, talk, you name it. The end of the Vietnam War was upon us, and all of the news every morning was about the horrible last days of Saigon. As the communists were closing in on Saigon, there were endless stories that made hot news, but were tragic and sad. One of the news items happened to be about Amerasian children. It suggested that as the communists were closing in, they would treat the American children, half American, very poorly, might even kill them. Because of my involvement in Vietnam and because of my memories, I began to talk about it on the air. I said, you know, these children are the product of our involvement in Vietnam. They're innocent children, and they're not going to be treated well by the communists. There was a story about a specific orphanage in Saigon. There were about 120 children, and they were almost all Amerasians. I guess my heart opened up, and I felt some responsibility, as all Americans probably should have. I said on the air, we ought to try to do something. I don't know what, but something. I'm tired of just talking about it and not doing anything. So the audience was caught up, so was I. The phones at the radio station began to ring off the hook. I never intended it, but people began sending in donations. It got out of hand quickly. I certainly was not prepared to coordinate an effort of the kind we were contemplating. Our saviors became the Anchorage JCs. They volunteered to coordinate the collection of money, which before we knew it was in excess of $200,000. We were able to get an airplane, fly it to Saigon, pick these kids up, and were, in fact, one of the last planes out. We flew back to California. There was a brief stay there, then on to the East Coast, where the children were, for a very short time, placed in an orphanage. Finally, they were adopted out to parents all across America. A kind of an interesting follow-up to that story occurred about 3 years ago. A young man who was one of the orphans wanted to find out how he got to America. Working through the Anchorage Daily News, he found out who I was, how it all happened, how he arrived in America. The Anchorage newspaper, called KENI in Anchorage, which is currently one of my affiliates. Small world, huh? The young man was given my phone number. I guess I can't remember a more emotional moment than when he said, "I want to thank you for getting me out of Saigon, for the wonderful American parents I have now, and for the wonderful American education." I felt like I really did something. It wasn't just me. It was the people of Alaska who opened their hearts and their wallets. By about 1975, I reached a point in my experience with radio when I simply got tired of it. I suppose I began to get bored with the rock music shtick. I was beginning to get tired of the gypsy lifestyle, and I knew I wasn't going to get rich doing it. Or maybe I was just getting too old for this gig and I wanted to change. Before I seriously entered into the world of talk radio as one of transitions, I was constantly in search of something more than just an average job. So I spent a lot of my life picking up one job, growing bored, finding another, and so forth. As I've said, I love electronics. I love technical stuff. I'm intrigued by how things work. I love the challenge of fixing electronic and technical things after 20 years of intellectually non-challenging rock radio and its inherently gypsy-like existence. I really needed something different, challenging, perhaps more secure. So I took this technical job at Cox Cable in San Diego. 3 years later, I took a technical job at Times Mirror in Las Vegas. My work at Times Mirror was actually exciting at first. We had to basically build an entire cable system, head end, that's the place where all the signals come from scratch. Very exciting. Then I installed the satellite gear, the processing and microwave links, all the other equipment for the cable system. Then after building it, I maintained it. I kept the job for about 5 years. I had an entire department under me. But then I became kind of like the Maytag repairman, and boredom set in and overwhelmed me. My wife at the time, Kim, did not share my philosophy about work. As far as she was concerned, I should be content with a secure, well-paying job in a big multinational company. Maybe she was just more practical than I am. She wanted me to make good money, have regular hours, dedicate my life to her and our family when I was not working. Well, wasn't me. I can't stay with anything very long if it doesn't excite me, if it doesn't in some way. Well, I get to the point in my life where I needed some intellectual stimulation, and I needed to do something for which I had a genuine interest or curiosity. Some would call that selfishness. Others will, for the rest of their life, do the same 9-to-5 job they hate. I couldn't do it. Just sitting around collecting a check was not for me. Kim did not understand at all my thinking on that. It was about that time that I was whiling away my life at Times Mirror. Word got out to the infamous Claire Reese, program director of KWN Las Vegas. KWN is a huge, clear channel, 50,000-watt radio station. With its strong signal, KDON has an impressive broadcast range, reaches up to about 150 miles about Las Vegas. At night, KDON is an altogether different radio station. Radio signals, you see, behave somewhat differently. They begin bouncing off the ionosphere, and they can broadcast a lot farther, particularly when you've got a very strong signal to start with, as is the case with KDWN. At night, their signal went to 12 western states. Now, obviously, with this kind of broadcast range at night, it's got a tremendous opportunity to reach more people than just Las Vegas and the highway from Los Angeles. Apparently, Claire had heard that I had a lot of years of radio under my belt with a certain amount of experience in talk. In essence, Kate found me. I didn't even know they were looking for anybody. Claire Reese was very clever in her approach, inviting me to do some part-time work for Kate. Wouldn't you like to work in radio again? At least part-time? We could sure use the help, she said. She appealed to my deepest instincts and desires, and I did not and could not resist. Sure, said I. And that was that. So one day, they put me in with another talk show host on a Saturday show just to see how I would do. Normally, I do not like working with anybody else. I prefer working alone on the air. Well, for one thing, with two radio hosts, there is a tendency for one to dominate the other, or possibly two will begin to argue. Or if there is a caller on the line who's on the air, both may give the impression of ganging up on the caller and so forth. In this case, I got along very well with this particular host. His name was Jack Daniels. Like the whiskey, to this day, Jack remains one of my dear friends. After this initial show, as my audition, Claire came to me in the studio, said, well, you did pretty well. Want to do a little more? I was immediately offered a part-time weekend shift as part of a two-man talk show, and I gladly accepted. I must say, I had a great time, a lot of fun. Alas, that same old black magic of radio put its spell back upon me, and there I was hooked all over again. All the while I continued to work at Times Mirror during the week, working a regular 5-day week. Eventually, I was offered a midday talk show to be aired every week, co-hosting with Jack Daniels from 10 a.m. in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. Well, this meant I had to work 12 hours every day of the regular work week. Turned out to be grueling. Somehow I managed to work like that for about a half year, but it finally got to the point of physical exhaustion. Just as I was at my physical and mental limits after 6 months of this madness, Times Mirror management came to me and gave me an ultimatum. They said I had to make a choice. I had to choose to go to Kadon or to manage the technical department I had developed and ran for 5 years. And climb the corporate ladder, and they held out all kinds of candy. I told them I'd think about it, and I thought about it. I thought about it until I thought I'd get sick. So I went to Claire Reese. Claire wanted me to work for KWN exclusively. She made me an offer, but unfortunately her offer was about $8,000 less than I was making at Times Mirror. This was a big decision at this point in my life. What do? Leave a perfectly good, secure, well-paying job for a radio job that paid much less and was not necessarily very secure? After meeting with Claire, I went home to talk to my wife. Now, Kim thought I was absolutely, completely out of my mind. To her, there was no alternative to Times Mirror. Nonetheless, in the end, I went with my first love, radio. So, there I was again, back in full-time radio. To start, I continued the show co-hosted with Jack Daniels from 10 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. I also did the necessary production work, including commercials, whatever else needed to be done, for several months. Now, after a few months, I began to dream about doing a show at night. Believe me, I was very aware of how powerful a station KDON was, how widely it was broadcast at night. I wanted to reach more people. Yep, I was ambitious, as always, and I wanted to take advantage of the nighttime opportunity. So I told Claire I wanted a chance to do the show at night. She listened carefully. She nodded and said, "We'll see." And that was that. Claire Reese is one of the more unusual people I've ever known in my whole life. This is a person I would grow to love and hate at the same time. I love her because I guess she's a mentor of mine. She is at once one of the most professional, intelligent, hard-bitten business people I've ever known. Straight out, Claire Reese is every inch a radio person. She possesses an unbelievable amount of knowledge and experience about the business of radio, yet at times Claire Reese is also as mad as a hatter. And I've told her that. And she's admitted that to me. Over the course of the years I worked at Cadon, Claire fired me, I don't know, I think about a half-dozen times. She'd probably acknowledge many of the instances when she fired me, but she'd probably deny many more of them. I think it's safe to say my relationship with Claire Reese was a love-hate relationship. And I'm sure it's on both sides. I'm sure there were times when Claire Reese hated my guts. But she recognized that I did have talent right from the very beginning, and for that she loved me. Well, there was a 5-hour show from 1 to 6 a.m. every day, hosted by an older man, and I'll just call him Hank Brandon, not his real name. Hank had been in broadcasting for a lot of years, spending many years doing this show, but Hank was beginning to slow down, consider retirement. So there was a chance that eventually, if I hung around long enough, I figured I could get a shot at taking over that show. Hank obviously could care less about the program, didn't see the potential I saw. He had several lines to receive calls, but he would either neglect callers altogether, or would do a show a long time before he even got to callers, or more likely wouldn't get them at all. Usually on any given night, Hank would sort of sit in front of the mic, take out the local newspaper, and begin reading from it. He would literally read each article as it appeared in the paper. Sometimes you could actually hear the newspaper pages rustling as he would proceed through it. Matter of fact, if you listened all night long, you would hear, before you were done, just about every article in the Las Vegas paper. Nothing could be more boring, and it was no surprise the program was not very popular. Obviously, there had to be change there, and I was willing to bet that Claire recognized that. Well, she did. One day I got a break. It turned out Hank got sick. It happens. Couldn't come in to do the show. Claire came and told me, here's my big chance. Warned me if I did a lousy job, the big hook in broadcasting or showbiz would come out and I'd be yanked right out of there. Well, I thanked her profusely, was very excited at the opportunity to do my own live all-night talk show. So began my first pre-talk show panic attack. I wanted desperately to do a good job. I wanted it to work more than anything. But now, before the show, the heart began to pound. Breathing became difficult. I began to sweat profusely. I was shaking. I smoked one cig after the other just to survive. Then finally at 1 a.m. it was my turn to go on the air. By this time, I was soaked from perspiration and nervous as hell. I'm certain I sounded very, very nervous and scared on the air. I began the show amidst my panic attack, but somehow kept going. I think the only thing that had a way of soothing me, encouraging me, was listener response. Poor Hank Brandon would not only drone on, but frequently never even bothered to solicit listeners to call. You've got to ask people to call, or they don't. And when he did, sometimes he wouldn't get a call for an hour. I made every effort to be well prepared, spent about 4 or 5 hours at it, and so when I went on the air, I just began discussing topics of interest at the time. I was ready for anything. And the moment I invited listeners to call, the phone bank lit up like a Christmas tree. The phones were jammed with callers throughout the night. I had a blast. Claire Reese was pleased. She never got too excited about anything. 2 weeks passed after my first shot at doing the all-night show. Then I had another chance. Again, I was well prepared for the show. I talked about what was of interest at the time, and again the phone bank lit up like a Christmas tree. Well, that's what did the trick for me, and that's when the change occurred. Claire now knew she had a hit on her hands with me. Poor Hank was shifted to do the day show, and I got to do the night show. That was the beginning of a show called West Coast AM. Now, there are a whole bunch of interesting stories about West Coast AM from when we first began. For one thing, at that time, Cadon was located at the Las Vegas Plaza Hotel, actually now Jackie Gaughan's Plaza Hotel. And as part of a trade-off for advertising the hotel on the air, the Plaza provided the toll-free 800 number that was used on the air during my show. For years, when Hank gave out the 800 number on a show, well, frankly, he didn't get many calls, so it wasn't used. On average, the 800 number phone bill was maybe $100 a month. The Plaza Hotel didn't think anything about paying it. But after I was on the air for 1 month, they got the bill, only this time it was for $12,000. Well, the Plaza Hotel management went through the roof. Needless to say, they immediately pulled the 800 number. KDON had to get its own to accommodate all the calls I was getting, and there were plenty of them. So I commuted the 130-mile round trip between Pahrump and KDON in Las Vegas. I always carried with me a thermos of coffee. It was back, you'll recall, when thermos bottles were made with glass containers inside and a metallic or plastic sheath outside. One day I was sitting in the studio at about 2 or 3 in the morning drinking coffee as usual. After drinking about half of the coffee, I looked into my cup. I had dropped my thermos bottle earlier and hadn't bothered to check it. So I looked into my cup, and there, floating around in my coffee, was what seemed to be 1,000,000 pieces of ground glass. I reached over and I shook the thermos bottle, and then I could hear it. I could hear all the glass bouncing around. Well, in my mind, I suddenly figured out, I was on the air. I figured out I had been drinking ground glass for the last 2 hours. I panicked right on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been drinking ground glass for the last 2 hours, I said. People began calling me and saying, quick, get off the air, get to a hospital. They had emergency medical team showing up at the Plaza Hotel. It was awful. I refused to leave. People were calling me and advising me about what to do. One guy called up and said, I can save your life, Art. You need to immediately eat a half loaf of bread, at least a half a loaf. I guess the assumption was the bread would go into my stomach, absorb the broken glass, and then pass harmlessly through my system. Well, I was ready to do anything. Someone ran up to the radio station, left a loaf of bread outside the door. I ran out during a commercial, got it, ran back into the studio, and ran 3 consecutive minutes of commercials. In 3 minutes, I actually downed an entire half loaf of bread. It was the ugliest thing you ever saw. I was stuffing pieces of bread into my mouth a mile a minute. I came back on the air, bloated with coffee, and now the bread expanding in my belly, and I had the worst bellyache I ever had in my whole life. Even thought I was dying. I stayed on the air until the bitter end. People were telling me it was the end. They were calling up and saying goodbye. It was really pathetic. And I'm sure a lot of you longtime listeners may remember that. Anyway, after I got off the air, I looked very carefully and found that, yes, the thermos bottle had indeed broken. However, the glass had stayed inside the area between the glass and the outside of the container. What I was actually drinking were little paint chips that had coated the glass. I did the West Coast show for more than a decade. And over the years, the show always ranked #1 on the West Coast as an all-night talk show. I was, and I still am, one of the only very successful radio talk show hosts to do unscreened live talk radio. I don't screen calls, I receive. Now, that means I never know what's coming up next. I just press the next blinking light and somebody goes on the air. That's part of my philosophy, trying to do it this way. I take a risk doing it, but it makes it interesting, spontaneous. I handle everything as it comes along. Usually, I don't even limit the topic of discussion. Somebody calls and wants to talk about a particular topic, that's what we do. I've made it my policy that something useful can be derived from just about any call. And unlike some talk show hosts, I don't need to talk only to people who happen to agree with me on something. Everybody is welcome to call. I know myself, if I didn't operate this way, I'd get bored. and I never would have stayed with it as long as I have. Now, despite all the success that West Coast AM was having, Claire Reese still found reasons to fire me. Many times. The last most memorable example was after I had just flown to Paris. I went to France on the Concorde and returned from that trip, only not on the Concorde. It took 15 hours. And so I got home dog-tired, and I called Claire up and said, Claire, I've got terrible jet lag. She wanted me to come in that night. I said, no, Claire, I can't do it. I need 1 day. She said, okay, well then just don't bother coming in at all. She hung the phone up in my ear. She wasn't joking. She was quite earnest when she said this. 3 hours later, she called back, said, all right, you're not fired. Skip tonight, come in tomorrow, and either I'll find someone for tonight or I'll shut the station down altogether. She would always say that. Actually, her exact words were, I'll shut the son of a bitch off. And she occasionally did. She was often melodramatic, frequently threatened to shut down the station. It was, of course, ridiculous, but she would do it. No, finally I said, I'll come in, so I went. Claire Reese was a screamer. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the day to her voice screaming on my answering machine. She'd yell and scream about something I'd done or thought that I had done. She had a personality that could piss off the Pope. She had a taskmaster way about her. She'd sit at her desk, look over her glasses on the bridge of her nose, and give you the meanest look you've ever seen in your whole life. Usually, the look was delivered along with a tirade of words that would make a sailor blush. There had been occasions when I'd sit in her office, and she'd use every name in the book to address me. She'd scream, she'd yell, I'd quiver and be appropriately scared and frightened. Eventually, after enough years of it, I began to realize that I didn't have to take this kind of treatment. It was a way of, it's a very old way of managing by intimidation. And so I began yelling back. This in turn resulted in a number of pitched, screaming, and yelling battles. I matched her decibel for decibel and word for word. This in turn resulted in my being fired, even more times. Claire Reese does not like being corrected or challenged in any way. She's a queen, a ruler, and you just don't do that sort of thing, but I did it. Oddly enough, she respected my talent, and I respected her leadership. One day, long after West Coast AM had proven itself a popular show, I went into her office and explained that I desperately needed a raise. You see, up until then, I was going along, just sort of eking out a living as best I could on the salary. But it really wasn't enough. I was aware that despite the popularity of the show didn't make a lot of money. For some reason, the sales department of KDON didn't even try to sell the show. As far as I was concerned, West Coast AM was definitely a marketable commodity, and as a matter of fact, prime for syndication. Anyway, I went into Claire's office, tried to get the raise that I not only thought I deserved, but desperately needed. She said, no, can't do it. I was dumbfounded. I couldn't believe it. Well, if you can't do it, I said steadily, trying to maintain my composure, I can't continue. Fine, she said, then don't. In this instance, I quit, and she fired me at about the same time. In a sense, we were at yet another standoff. This is a very famous time in my experience with KWN that many of my long listeners will recall. They will remember when I did not come on the air. And some may even remember how long I quit KDON, which I believe was about 4 months. This was a long time. Crazy thing about it is, I ended up working for another radio station in Las Vegas for much more money. Didn't even do a show. I engineered. In fact, I stayed off the air during that 4 months, that hiatus, and engineered. In the meantime, Claire Reese kept West Coast AM on the air, but she used a couple of other talk show hosts in an attempt to make it work. Well, it didn't. Unfortunately for her, my replacements couldn't do the kind of job I did. I would say they failed miserably. And for the entire period I was away, K-Dawn constantly got calls from listeners asking about my whereabouts. Where'd Art go, they wanted to know. I'm happy to say the show was awful. I'm certain Claire Reese knew it. No doubt her pride prevented her from asking me to come back. I tried to hold out long as I could, but eventually I gave in. The engineering stuff wore on me. I do it easily, but it bores me. So I tried calling Claire to ask her for my job back. She ignored my calls, wouldn't take them. After a few days, I called her, and finally she answered. But when I asked for my job back, she declined to let me have it. Her pride was just too great. I'd not be put off, so I kept calling her. Every time she got back on the phone, I told her, I want to get back, I want to get back on, I know I made a mistake. I groveled, I wanted to get back on. No, she would say. I continued to call her every day. Would she ever admit she made a mistake? No. So I swallowed my pride and told her I made the mistake. It's true. I gave her an ultimatum, and I should never have done that. She doesn't like ultimatums, never responds favorably to them, and I knew it. I explained to her I never should have left. I groveled. Finally, she called me and said, all right, damn it, come back. And so back I came. I continued doing the show, West Coast AM. This time I did the show 6 nights a week. That was a total of 30 air hours a week. I kept it up for the next 2 or 3 years, very successfully, achieving the highest ratings and so forth and so on. Phone lines always packed every night. Show was as popular as it could be. Now, I lived in Pahrump at that time, which meant I had to drive 65 miles to Las Vegas one way and the same amount back home 6 days a week. Now, all this airtime, all the driving, was a little much. I realized it couldn't go on indefinitely and have me survive. So, again, there I am, standing before Claire Reese. Claire, I said, I can't operate like this anymore. I need to cut my airtime back to 5 days a week. I said wearily, I need a bit of my life back. Somehow, I managed to avoid getting fired over this and was actually able to cut back to a 5-day week. It was still a lot of commuting. Nonetheless, eventually I did manage to get fired again despite my success. This time not by Claire, but by the elderly, eccentric, lovable millionaire who still owns the station. We'll call him Bob Blanche. I believe he's well into his 80s now. In those days, Mr. Blanche owned a number of radio and TV stations. Anyway, he just happened to drop by K-Dawn one day and called me into his office. Art, he said, I've decided that we need to cancel the news. I looked at him confused. For 5 minutes at the top of every hour, remember I do 5 hours now, we had the Associated Press News. No one cancels the news. It's part of what you do. I mean, it generates the interest that you do in the show. It keeps you up on current events. Besides, frankly, a person who does a 5-hour talk show needs about 5 minutes to be able to run and take care of business. So I said, sir, you cannot drop the news. And I said it respectfully. Yes, I can. He responded, well, wait a minute, I said, fretting. I've got to go to the men's room. And the only time I can do that is during the news at the top of the hour. You can't cancel the news. Yes, I can, he said. I own this station, and if I want to drop the news, it's going to be dropped. And so I sat there all dejected and finally said, well, if you cancel the news, then you'll have to fire me. Okay, he said, then you're fired. Okay, I said, and began to walk out the door. He said, wait a minute. Okay, you're not fired. In the end, he listened to reason, and we didn't cancel the news. But it was an awfully strange encounter with this man, who I hardly ever saw. Yet he was behind my success and was literally the one who fed me. Overall, my experience at K-Dawn was a rocky, lovable time that I'll never forget. Moreover, it really is where I got my big start in talk radio. And for that, I'll always be indebted to the people at K-Dawn, especially Claire Reese. Sometimes, as I reflect on my experience at K-Dawn, I compare it to my experience at boot camp when I enlisted in the Air Force. Very much alike, actually. Claire Reese was the get-in-your-face kind of drill sergeant who drilled and pounded into me what I needed to know for my career. Of course, Kadon became more than just basic training because I learned more than just the basics to succeed. One good example of what I learned from Claire Reese was that I should always err on the side of caution, that I should avoid putting something on the air which could get me sued or get the station sued. This was very good advice, especially these days. We are, after all, very a litigating society, aren't we? For this advice and direction, and a whole lot of other good advice and direction, I really owe Claire a lot. She may feel what I have said here is not true or is too critical, but it is true. I've only related the facts as they are from my perspective. At any rate, I respect Claire Reese immensely, no matter what she has done to me in the past or does in the future. And as a matter of fact, I predicted in my written book, and I now will tell you that prophecy has been fulfilled because I no longer have KWN as an affiliate. After we left and began the syndication, I asked Kadon to carry the whole show, and again, stubborn pride prevented them from doing that. They wouldn't carry any more of it but about 3 hours, and we tried and tried and tried for about a year, and finally moved to KVEG 840 in Las Vegas, and thankfully, they carried the entire program beginning to end. But my prophetic statement in the book turned out to be true. Let's talk a little bit about my philosophy of talk radio. First and foremost, I believe talk radio should be an open medium. A talk radio program should offer a forum to discuss a variety of topics, not just politics. Most radio programs, even very popular radio programs, put an emphasis almost entirely on politics. Rush is a good example of that. In a way, I feel sorry for Rush because he's got to face 3 inevitable hours of politics every single day. Politics is good. It's an important topic to discuss. It's part of life, and God knows I'm a political animal. I really enjoy it. But limiting a radio program to politics gets boring. My philosophy is a radio program ought to be open. I like to be surprised. I don't always want to know what to expect. It's really the way I like it. I don't know what's going to happen until it happens on the air. Now, this doesn't mean I don't prepare for my program. As a matter of fact, I spend about 5 hours every day preparing for my show. I'm continually in touch with the world. CNN, a variety of news services, online information services available 24 hours a day. I solicit, receive dozens and dozens of faxes from everywhere, hundreds actually, many different people. I know what's going on all over the world. I am prepared, but I don't allow my preparedness to interfere with what people want to talk about when I get on the air. That's why I'm an adamant person about not screening calls. I don't have a call screener. Rush and many other talk show hosts screen their calls for a variety of reasons. I don't do it. It's just not my style. I have many call lines, but I have 5 main lines, and I just reach down and punch the next button that lights up. I realize that to some degree, this is very dangerous as a form of talk radio, but it's completely spontaneous. It's honest. If the caller is mean-spirited or boring, I may blow them off quickly. For obscene calls, I do protect my listeners to an extent with a 7-second delay that enables me to disconnect them instantly, in fact, retroactively. I think in talk radio, a good talk show host can take a bad call and make it informative, entertaining, or in some way useful and worthy of listening to. That takes interaction between the host and the caller. As I've indicated, only talking politics gets boring, especially since there's so much else in life to talk about. This is why I discuss things like asteroids that appear to threaten the Earth, why women spend so much time in the women's restrooms, or earthquake predictions, or unusual weather patterns, or UFO sightings, whatever. I've learned over the years how to keep a radio program flowing by maintaining a good pace of going from one caller to the next. I automatically keep calls short, usually not more than 3 minutes, sometimes as little as 10 or 15 seconds. It works. I determine the length of call by how entertaining or informative a caller may be. Sometimes that makes people angry, but it's a judgment call. And by experience, I know when a caller is entertaining or informative. I just know this sort of thing. Some people have complained that this makes me seem dictatorial and mean-spirited. Really not true. I must keep the show moving, and this really is the best way to do it. It's never my intention to deliberately insult anybody or treat anybody badly. In short, talk radio should be fun, funny, sad, spontaneous, provocative, thoughtful, informative, entertaining, and above all, varied. That's the key word, variety. I believe the key to my success and longevity is the variety of my show. I admire Rush, but he limits himself with just one topic, politics. I think he's very funny, a great entertainer. I admire even Howard Stern because he offers a variety on his show. Although a lot of it is vulgar, he's very funny. Howard Stern tends to use bad language, tends to exhibit very poor taste, but he really doesn't need to resort to that kind of thing because he's naturally funny and talented. As a matter of fact, if he were to eliminate about 1/10 of what he does, or 1/10 of 1%, he'd be on a lot more radio stations. On one hand, I try not to take talk radio too seriously. I think it's important to approach talk radio with an upbeat, positive, fun attitude. On the other hand, I take talk radio very seriously. It's a very important part of my life, and I dearly love it. I feel extremely fortunate to have succeeded as I have. I wonder about it sometimes. Why? I know a lot of people in broadcasting who are very talented, maybe people who have a lot more talent than I have. Most of these people are starving to death out there somewhere. I was there, I know. Yet these people are probably doing a wonderful job for a very small audience in their area, and I'd like to pay tribute to them. I believe that talk radio managers and people who own radio stations which air talk radio programs are brave human beings. Radio is a very dangerous medium because it would only take one person to allow something libelous to air, and the whole station could be sued into non-existence. Just having a license revoked would be enough to eliminate a radio station. You really have to be very, very careful. I know if I owned a radio station which aired talk, I'd have great trepidation, wouldn't sleep well at night. In fact, Claire once told me that after I had worked for her for about 8 years, it took that long before she trusted me on the air, told me she finally could get some sleep at night herself. Apparently, until she trusted me, she had an uncanny way of sleeping with one ear listening to the radio at night and the other ear asleep. Larry King. I believe that I have more or less assumed the position of filling the shoes of Larry in all-night radio. They are big shoes. Larry King became very successful and popular with his radio program, virtually becoming a household name. And although Larry King has gone on to CNN to do the very successful TV show, he's known to express regret for discontinuing his radio program at night. My radio program, Coast to Coast AM, is the most predominant all-night radio program in the country today, with well over 250 affiliates. It puts me up there in the top 3 positions for popularity among the most listened to radio programs in the country today. We add new affiliates at the rate of a couple of affiliates every couple of days or so. Larry King left a vacuum when he left nighttime radio, and I filled that vacuum. In a sense, his regret has become my good fortune. And for me, at this time in my career and my age, it makes it a little easier. I can relax a little. Moreover, I'm getting to the point where I say exactly what I feel on the air. Of course, I've always been honest with people I talk to on the air. At a younger age, however, I would have been more cautious, less relaxed. Why is talk radio so popular? Well, a recent national survey revealed that talk radio is now America's #1 format. When I began in talk radio more than a dozen years ago, after 20 years of rock and roll, talk was an all but forgotten corner of broadcasting that consisted mostly of crackpots, maniacs, and the same dull voices droning on night after night without much to say. It's only been in the last several years that talk radio really caught fire. Larry King, of course, was around and had great popularity, but Rush broke the ground by quickly gaining unprecedented popularity. At this time, I believe Rush has about 600 affiliates across America. While all this was going on, talk radio was getting warmer and warmer until it finally started on fire, particularly with Rush's success. I was forging ahead at KDON with West Coast AM at that point. Then, because I was in the right place at the right time, Larry gave up his reign in nighttime radio. There was my opportunity. But what was the reason for the fire? Personalities and the styles of certain personalities have a lot to do with the recent success, I believe, of talk radio. For example, as I said earlier, Rush is a great entertainer, knowledgeable, has a great sense of humor. For those who want something a little more on the edge, Howard Stern is good entertainment. I've my own style, and that appeals, I hope, to many people. The other thing that's important is the subject material. Rush has been very adept at politics, particularly Republican politics. I offer variety. Airtimes also add to the popularity of talk radio. Rush is in the morning, G. Gordon Liddy in the afternoon, and I'm late night to morning. We cover all the time periods throughout the day. These are markets for each of us, a niche for each of us, and plenty of people who will listen in each time period. I think for the future, talk radio will continue to grow in popularity and will become more diverse. Of course, talk radio has a lot of growing up to do, has got a great potential for success. One problem that I do see right now is there are too many people trying to copy Rush Limbaugh. I call them Limbaugh clones. Yet, with all this copying, I don't think this is the final direction of talk radio. People attempting to clone themselves after Rush are simply going in one direction. I'm not going to do that. I'm going in my own direction, and I think ultimately talk radio is destined to go in its own direction. Everybody has some opinion about their competitors. I'm no different. I've got an opinion about mine. Generally, I think it's unprofessional to be critical about competitors, and normally I try not to say anything about them on the air, though a few times I've had to, either to compliment or to criticize. I don't view my competitors with hostility. In some cases, I admire them. Tom Leykis, for some reason or another, perceives me to be his enemy. I really don't understand how all this got started, but for some reason it's as though he just can't find enough reasons to dislike me. But then I've come to realize that Leykis tends to enjoy taking shots at other talk show hosts. It is his shtick, as though I'm one of his prime targets. Quite candidly, Leykis has been a sort of boil on me butt, and nothing much more significant than that. One day, it bursts, and there's relief. As for his show, he screams his opinions. Apparently, he delivers at high decibel levels rather than intellect levels, and that's enough of him. Rush, as I mentioned earlier, is a talk show host I like and do admire, but I could never do the constant political show that he apparently enjoys doing. G. Gordon Liddy, for my taste in talk show hosts, is a little stiff. Ditto Ollie North. He's definitely found his own niche in the radio world, G. Gordon, and I wish him well. Nonetheless, he's uttered some things on the air I never would have. He said things that were not really useful to anyone, and were probably said for the controversy or shock value. There's so much shocking stuff going on out there in the world today that there's really, in my opinion, no reason to generate shock just for the value of it. It makes more sense to generate interest and ratings based on how we handle all the shocking stuff out there in the real world. In other words, we should discuss the news and not try to make it by what we say. Mike Reagan, the former president's son, appears to have carved out his own little niche in the radio world, but he's another one I find a little stiff. He goes on the air and reads Senate bills or congressional bills to his listeners. For me, that's a bit boring. I would probably paraphrase a bill, then discuss the characteristics of it, or the controversial aspect of it. But just reading something like that is a little dry. Jim Bohannon is more on the liberal side of politics and thinking, but not very harmful. He's efficient and for a long time walked behind Larry King's shoes, but never quite filled them. Still, he's found his niche. The worst part of Bohannon is he's not very entertaining. Furthermore, Bohannon frankly poses a very small threat to my show because in many markets he is in direct competition with me for the nighttime air. Now, these radio talk show hosts I just mentioned are individuals with their own identities and are not caught up in the copycat mania. They have asserted their own personalities, have established their own formats, and have established their own niches. Of the many others that are out there, just too many are trying to copy somebody else. This, in the long run, will most likely prevent them from ever achieving success. They'll never be anything special. They'll never reach the top. Coast to Coast AM had its origins at KWN as West Coast AM. I'd been doing the show regularly, Monday through Friday, from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. Pacific Time for the better part of 10 years. Then, in 1988, I met Alan Corbett, who was visiting Las Vegas while he was on business, and made a point of meeting me. I learned he was an expert at syndicating radio programs and had been an avid listener of mine for the better part of a year after he had moved to Medford, Oregon. I met him, and I was delighted to discover what a nice guy he really was. As a matter of fact, we've got a lot in common. Radio being one thing in particular, and we're both very driven. Type A's, I guess. I wanted to have a bigger show, and Alan wanted to see me achieve that aim. While he was visiting, I invited Alan to sit in on one of my shows. Afterward, when Alan returned to Medford, we stayed in contact. In the meantime, I sought to have Alan help out in an effort to syndicate my show, and fortunately, I managed to persuade the investors who controlled my show to agree to get Alan involved. So, Alan and I began to work together to clear stations to run the show. That means get them to run the show. After several months of feverishly trying, we made it up to 17 stations when the investors involved made some deals that put control firmly into the hands of other investors. I was not comfortable with this arrangement and asked Alan if he could help. We had a list of improvements we wanted to make, but no power to effect the change. The challenge now was to push the show to the next level, which meant we needed to gain financial control. To do this, we spent the next several months securing investors of our own so we could buy a controlling interest in the show. The moment we had done this, we were unbelievably excited because it meant that we suddenly had the freedom to really get the show going. Both Alan and I set our sights on an overnight empire. No other network had tried to do what we were about to do, especially on such a big scale. Now, there are a lot of other talk show hosts out there who start out, and they've already got their networks in place. Westwood One, many others. So they go on the air, and they've got a lot of stations. We began a network. We were definitely different than the other major networks, and I think it's to our advantage. For one thing, most of the major networks like NBC, ABC, CBS, Westwood One, and so forth, already have very long-standing affiliates, usually the big talkers in big markets. The difference with Chancellor is we were and continue to be open to both large and small markets. A second, even more important factor is many large networks at that time were and still are very close to crumbling under the weight and expense of their own top-heavy bureaucracy. They tend to be indifferent, inflexible, arrogant. Third, the ineptitude, unreliability, frankly, dishonesty, and lack of professionalism of many of the smaller networks put the majority of talk stations around the country in a bind. A lot of the small syndicators didn't then and still do not have engineering help available. They don't follow up on their affiliates' questions. Their programming, in some cases, is irresponsible or unreliable. Now, while I was at KDON, my show was called West Coast AM, but we aspired to greater things, a show that would cover the entire country. So, accordingly, we brazenly decided to call the show Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, all in anticipation of the day when we really would broadcast from one coast to the other. As a matter of fact, Alan Corbett made a concerted effort to make sure I got on the East Coast. One of the challenges, obviously, in getting to the East Coast was the fact that I had been airing at 1 a.m. in the West, 4 a.m. East Coast time, a lousy time to start an all-night show. So, to accommodate East Coast listeners, we decided I ought to begin the show at 11 p.m., which would give us the majority of the overnight period. The trouble with starting the show at that time was that we couldn't find a station in Las Vegas that could accommodate us. KWN couldn't do it because they had commitments at 11. All of a sudden, we found ourselves with a great show and, nowhere to broadcast from. So what to do? Well, the options were not particularly appealing. We could find another hotel to set up shop, or I could relocate to Medford, Oregon, to use the network headquarters station. Chancellor Broadcasting, through its affiliation with Talk Radio Network, has got a full technical facility, administrative offices, and an entire Earth station satellite uplink in Oregon. Logically, you might say I should have gone to Medford. Well, this is where Alan had the vision and the sense to realize it was to everybody's advantage to keep things the same as much as possible. In other words, don't change the show or its venue. That is when the decision to build a studio in my home was devised. Didn't hurt my feelings a bit, you know. Building a studio was not an easy task. First, the need to get the signal from Pahrump to Medford. We tried a couple of different types of technology. We wanted to use digital technology, but we learned the phone company couldn't offer it. As a matter of fact, until the year 2003. We learned this after we built the studio, so we decided on twisted pair cable technology. In other words, phone lines. But we found out the telephone company wanted to charge us about $18,000 to install just a couple of twisted wires for 2 city blocks. Finally, we decided to use digital satellite uplink. And to hell with the phone company altogether. Best decision we ever made. Once all the other gear I needed was installed, I was ready to broadcast from home. My listeners never knew how much trouble it was to get on the air from my home. But once we got things going, it became just about glitch-free from then on. So, what is it like to work from home? Well, I love it. Before I worked at home, I commuted 130 miles every single day between my home here in Pahrump and Las Vegas, where KWN is located. It was unnerving, exhausting, a strain, time-consuming, generally a royal pain, and made me miserable. There is nothing better than working at home. I live in my own little world, I guess, my own little atmosphere. Admittedly, this arrangement is a bubble of protection from the rest of the world. And yet, I let the rest of the world in so many ways. Computer services, including the Internet, Reuters, World Wide Web, CNN, you name it, I've got it right here. Associated Press, all of it comes in through all these various superhighway sources. I'm in touch with the world in just about every way you can imagine, even though I'm in my little bubble of protection. But this lets me be me. The outside influences are minimal, and then I go on the air and I let it all hang out. It's marvelous. I can walk from my living room and stroll into my studio, which CBC built. The studio is modest, but frankly, I've got everything I need to do the show, more than I had when I was in Las Vegas. Satellite dish I have enables me to broadcast quality radio, high quality, as good as if I were broadcasting from Westwood One in Studio City or from any other major radio station in the country. You know, sometimes I think about my peers in the business, like Rush.
He says from time to time it doesn't really matter where he is to do his show as long as he's somewhere to do it. So I wonder why he does it from New York. In fact, I talked to Rush's mom, and she wondered the same thing. Seems to me that New York would be an awful place to live and work, particularly if you can live and work from anywhere and do what he does. Working at home is great. I've got all the comforts. I can pet my cats. My wife's here, either listening generally or safely asleep. That's comforting. She does either activity half the time. I can get up in the middle of the program, go out to the kitchen, grab some pretzels. I remember one time the news had about 2 minutes left. For some reason, I ran out to the kitchen for some pretzels. Well, I got to the kitchen to find a big bag of pretzels, which only contained pretzel dust down at the bottom. And I thought, what the hell? So I upended the bag and put the pretzel dust in my mouth. Bad idea. You see, it turns out pretzel dust is actually a mixture of 10% pretzel dust and 90% salt. So I had to come running back and go on the air. Thought I was going to die. Don't know how I managed to get back on the air, and 2 minutes later I was choking, coughing, and gagging, but I was on. Now I know better. I do not eat pretzel dust anymore. Also, stay clear of dairy products like milk. Milk has a way of creating mucus which interferes with articulating clearly. I get a sense of relaxation working at home. With all those things and loved ones around me, it gives me a kind of comfort, I guess. Helps me, I think, do a better program because it reduces my mental strain. Ultimately, I owe all this comfort and convenience to work to Alan Corbett, because he took the time to understand me personally, had the vision to realize that the time and investment that it would take for me to operate would pay off, at least in the long run. It has. And it demonstrates he knew what he was doing. I'm immensely grateful to him for that. The show is popular. To date, Coast to Coast AM is about 11 years old and is now being broadcast all over the country, practically in every major radio market. Why is it so popular? I've been asked many times recently, and I'm still not sure I know. My short answer is I really don't know, but I do have a few ideas. I think it's popular because the show is unplanned, unregulated, may or may not be topical for any given broadcast. It's fun. My listeners have got the freedom to direct the show. Many of my greatest competitors are limited by their own format, while my show is not. If gun control is a topic, then no other topic shall be discussed. In other words, every call is carefully screened to make sure those calling don't try to call about something else. Ridiculous. Very restricting. I don't believe this is how a talk show should be done. As a matter of fact, I think a talk show really ought to be a reflection of life in general. And when you don't screen calls, that's what you get. If a caller wants to talk about something different, fine. This may seem erratic, even unprofessional, to some who conduct radio programs, but it's proven to be a very effective means in gaining listener support and interest. People want freedom. They don't want to be restricted. My program is completely open, spontaneous, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Having to deal with every manner of caller, from the intelligent, well-read, to the imbibed, to the drug taker, to the callers talking about strange and bizarre and unusual things, to the callers with far-out left or right opinions, I love it all. And from what I can tell, with comments and various correspondences from listeners, I know many, many listeners also enjoy the format. I believe it to be the future of talk radio. Now, it's not unusual when things go wrong on the show, or when they get crazy, or when news breaks. I'll stop everything to address what's going on right then and there. Also, I'm not totally surprised anymore by what occurs in the world. And to address the many varied topics callers wish to discuss, I do my homework. I prepare for up to 5 hours every day. Read newspapers, stay tuned to CNN, monitor online news, read my many faxes, and so forth and so on. I believe as a talk show host, you cannot get away with not being prepared. If you think you can, your audience will eat you alive. These days, if something gets in the way of my efforts to be prepared, I don't go on the air. I would rather air a pre-recorded show or have somebody substitute, but normally I am very well prepared. I must and cannot and will not bluff my listeners. And I hear a lot of talk show hosts do that. Somebody will call up and ask about something, and they typically will say, well, why don't you tell us about it? It's a bluff. Means they don't know anything about the topic. Now, I'm not saying I know about all topics, but I would like to say this. Even with my 5 hours of prep, there are times when topics come along that I don't know anything about. I'm not afraid to say it. I've got to know generally what has gone on during the day, and I make a special effort to learn what is controversial. In short, I look for what people would want to talk about. Now, when you go into a mixture of people talking, do you hear them talking about politics all the time? The government shutdown or whatever the latest news is? No. They talk about life. They talk about things in their life, funny things, sad things, things that make them angry. And so I think a talk show should be a reflection of exactly that. I've learned to identify controversy and what's going to be a good story and what's going to play. All I need to do is watch a TV broadcast, read the paper, and I know generally what I'm going to talk about. For example, if, say, a tragic airplane accident occurs, many people die because of an aviation mishap. This is clearly news and horrible, but it's something that people generally will not talk about. Where's the controversy? It's horrible. And if you talk a lot about it, people will come on the air and say, yes, it was terrible. But where is the conversational value unless there is more to the story than an accident? Pilot error. What if the plane crashed because a bomb exploded? Then you've got a story. I guess it's much the same in all of journalism and talk radio. Another reason I think Coast is so popular is that I've learned to ask the right questions. Now, if I can't find a relevant question as it relates to some sort of news story, I don't use it. If there is no question, then there's no talk value. This is not to say the story is not good for a news broadcast, because it is. But talk radio is different. It's not a news show. It's a forum for talk, discussion, controversy. And that's what I look for. So the challenge is to find interest, entertainment, controversy, some value that will appeal to listeners. I also think Coast is popular because I try to be sincere with all of you. God help a talk show host for dealing with one controversy after another and not expressing his sincere feelings or views about those controversies. God help such a host, because eventually they'll be caught in their own web of insincerity. You can't lie. Listeners know when you're lying. You might get away with being disingenuous for 1 or 2 shows, maybe even a week. But eventually it's all going to catch up with you. You just can't do it month after month, year after year, and remember your lies. It's better to keep things simple. So I tell the truth. That's what I do. I tell my listeners what I feel or think. Then I can rest easy, because the chances are I'll still hold the same view on a topic several months from now, maybe even several years. In other words, I'll be consistent because I say exactly what I feel. I genuinely enjoy interacting honestly and openly with my callers. Love listening to what they've got to say on any given topic, and I love them just for letting me say what I feel about any given topic. And apparently my listeners must enjoy talking to me. The caller lines are lit up constantly. I rarely have guests on Coast. I don't need them because I don't have to worry about filling time. There's plenty to talk about. Besides, I know my listeners enjoy me. I'm the one they want to listen and talk to. Now, when I do have my guests, the show is a success because my guests are good. Why? Because I pick and choose guests very carefully. I know what my listeners are interested in, and I can talk about what interests them. When I have guests, my guests will talk about what interests my listeners. There seems to be a tendency by talk show hosts around the country who feel as though they've got to fill in time, so they often have guests just to have them. I don't do that. On the other hand, I don't have a hard and fast rule like Rush Limbaugh, who doesn't believe in having any guests at all. If there's a really interesting guest who I've been dying to interview, and I'm sure my listeners will love, I get the guest on my show. So there it is, a few thoughts on why I think my show and I have succeeded. Oh, there is one other thing. I try not to grill my guests. I let them say what they want to say. In fact, I try to play the part of encouraging them to say what they want to say. And with regard to Coast, I'm not going to change it. As the old adage goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're a success at something, just keep doing the same thing and you can perpetuate success, and that's exactly what I'm going to do long as I can. Toughest stories? Well, one of the toughest stories I've covered on Coast was the Persian Gulf War. And looking back on it with 20/20 hindsight, you can say it was not much of a war, I suppose. After all, we certainly did prevail easily in dealing with the Iraqis. At the time, however, we didn't really know what we were facing. Situation was ominous. We thought we were facing hundreds of thousands of Iraqi troops ready to die for their invasion of Kuwait and the potential invasion of Saudi Arabia and the taking of the oil fields. We faced very real fears of possible chemical or nuclear confrontation. Do you remember? People who went over there were as brave as anyone who ever went to any war with all the uncertainties at the time. The specter was frightening. I remember when news got out that hundreds of body bags were ordered by the Pentagon in anticipation of many, many casualties. We were all unsure about the situation, and the build-up, it went on a nightly basis. This pretty much became the only topic I talked about, and the only one anybody wanted to talk about. I must say I was scared. I was scared for America, the men and women who were going. Yes, it's easy now in hindsight to say we just rolled over the Iraqis. Of course, this was mostly because of the genius of Schwarzkopf and Colin Powell, who planned and executed the whole thing perfectly. I even have got to give a lot of credit to George Bush for having the presence of mind to do what needed to be done in the Middle East and then just let the military do their job without interference. There were about 500,000 American men and women who were sent to the Persian Gulf. Every night for a good couple of months, my listeners and I argued about whether our troops should be there and the possible consequences of not going over there. We talked about Saddam Hussein. We discussed the possibilities of American casualties. We discussed the consequences if Iraq was permitted to continue unchecked. I believe Saddam Hussein would have moved further, eventually taken the oil fields in Saudi Arabia. War is always a hard decision to make, whether or not it's worth it, if there's a national interest. This was definitely one of the harder stories I ever covered. Anytime you talk about American flesh and blood going into harm's way, it's a hard story. I'd like to add that while I was for the war and saw a definite national interest in what we did there, I do not see the same vital national security interest in Bosnia. And I fear we have made a wrong, even stupid decision. Even if all works out well, and the parties don't go to war, in effect, with us, what kind of egotistical people are we to believe that we can stand in the middle of warring parties and people who have had sisters raped, brothers killed, will in a year forget about it and stop their warring ways just because we spent a year there? I'm sorry, I don't see the vital interest. I don't see why we should be risking American lives. The Oklahoma bombing has been very tough. That was a tough story. I remember the day the bomb went off. As a matter of fact, I was doing an interview with a radio station in Missouri, and I was keeping my eye on CNN, which I sometimes do. I use closed captioning. While I was on the phone doing the interview, I looked over at the screen, saw the building, and it looked like an atomic bomb had just gone off somewhere nearby, blowing half of it away. At that moment, I interrupted the interview, addressed the listeners of Missouri, and said, folks, I think we have a very serious story developing right now in Oklahoma City. Little did I know how serious it was. That night, I went on the air, but I had very few facts about what was going on, as we all did, except the building had been blown up. We had no idea who did it. There was only speculation, and the whole thing was just running wild. I was on the air in Oklahoma City, so I was able to talk to the people there. This may or may not have been an advantage, I'm not sure, but these people and the people of America were in deep shock. I was one of them. I said to everyone then and for several succeeding nights, let us pray. This was done by some foreign force. Does that surprise you? Well, I knew what would happen if it was one of our own. Early on, authorities did believe that it was some sort of Middle East terrorism. I was really hoping that that was the case. If so, well, you've got an enemy you can identify. In the back of my mind, however, I feared the tragedy was brought on by Americans. I knew the bombing had occurred on the anniversary of the Waco tragedy with the Branch Davidians, when ATF agents stormed the compound in Waco and killed the people there. I feared the bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City might have been committed by militia members or somebody connected with the militia in retaliation for the Waco tragedy. It is a known fact there are well-armed militant groups throughout this country who hate agents operating for ATF. Of course, in the meantime, we learned the Oklahoma bombing was motivated by Waco. This fact scares the hell out of me today. To me, this means this country is in bigger trouble than most people know. This has the potential of resulting in some horrible incident in which Americans are pitted against each other. A grand jury trial involving a case like Timothy McVeigh and others involved in any sort of tragedy of this kind should be, in my opinion, televised. America needs to come to terms with itself. Americans must know the truth of what's happening in the country today. Unfortunately, the televised Waco congressional hearings didn't yield much healing. People still believe that in some way the government mishandled the whole thing. To me, this suggests that Americans are growing cynical. But Americans must be aware that this country is going to ruin itself if the continued cynicism is not curtailed. A recent survey showed that 3 out of 4 Americans don't trust their government. Frankly, I don't blame them. Though things should not be this way. The danger of this should be apparent. As Americans fear their government more and more, their government fears those whom they govern more and more. The possibility for tragedy increases exponentially. And that's where we are right now in this country. Next on my list of tough stories would be O.J. I watched the trial religiously right from the very beginning, with an almost morbid fascination. Frankly, from the beginning, I felt O.J. Simpson did murder his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend Ronald Goldman. I felt he'd be found guilty and convicted. Perhaps the defense just seemed ineffective at the beginning. Then about halfway through the trial, I developed the opinion the trial would end up in a hung jury. I speculated there'd be enough reasonable doubt introduced, enough holes punched in the prosecution's case, that at the very least there'd be a hung jury. Toward the end of the trial, I developed the opinion O.J. would be found not guilty. And of course, I was right. This is not to say I changed my mind regarding his guilt, but just that his defense attorneys had done such a good job, he'd go free from the beginning, I said that the man probably is going to be able to buy reasonable doubt, and I think he did. A message of not guilty in this case hurts the American justice system. This just creates yet another reason for Americans to raise their level of cynicism about the way things work in America. Even during the trial, many people developed the opinion that O.J.'s attorneys were so good at their jobs that they were able to inject reasonable doubt, which means, essentially, O.J. purchased that reasonable doubt. That made many people feel there was an imbalance in the justice system, that all you need is money to buy your way out of a crime, even murder. Of course, this is a reflection of capitalistic doings, the people with the gold rule. Even though O.J. was found not guilty, we may never know the truth about whether or not O.J. committed the murders. Now, about my best callers and my worst callers. On Coast to Coast AM, I take calls on the show for the better part of 5 hours every night, 5 nights a week. Been doing that now for about 11 years. That's a lot of calls. And it will probably surprise a lot of you, who I consider some of the best callers to be. Among those, there would be Charlie Liberal, who lives in California, Doc Democrat, who lives in California. Both these guys are like a boil on the butt of a conservative. I do a talk radio program. Quite frankly, controversy gives my show fire. If I didn't get calls from people like Charlie or Doc Democrat or Liberal Sue or whoever, the show could get stale. But these guys make it interesting. Yes, they make your blood boil. Their contribution, though, to the program is great. There's nothing like a rousing debate with somebody who disagrees with me. I love it. Makes for good entertainment. I know many of my listeners love to hate him, and I do too a lot of times. In contrast, though, there are a number of people on the political right who are also among the best callers. One such is Chuck, lives in San Diego. Absolutely an extremist on the right, but helps make the show interesting and entertaining. In other words, I don't want to take the edge off on the right or left. That makes Chuck and everybody else on the extreme right or the extreme left important to the show. Really, people who are at the extremes are important, period. The worst callers are those who really have nothing to say and seem to be calling just to hear their own voice on the radio. But because I don't screen calls, I'm bound to get these kind of calls. I get everything. If I get a caller whose intelligent contribution's going to be nothing, I try to take the call and somehow convert it into entertainment or maybe information. Tedium and boredom and people who are uninteresting to listen to will not hold an audience. So as always, I try to make it interesting, somehow informative, entertaining. I try to pull something from every call. I believe that's where the skill of a talk show host enters the picture and either makes a show succeed or fail. It may sound strange, but actually I grow attached to certain callers, of course. For years, I had a favorite caller who I referred to as a conservative curmudgeon who lived up in Mount Shasta. But he passed away. I thoroughly enjoyed talking to him on the air, and I believe many listeners enjoyed listening to the caller, too. And callers have come and gone over the years. I've had many regular liberal callers come and go. I've had many regular conservatives come and go. People tend to do that with radio. Occasionally you lose a good caller, but then you get another. It's all part of the biz. Currently I have one caller who calls himself the conservative nightmare who used to call every night. Now only calls once a month. He's now working. What is amusing about him is he lives up to his name. He is a screeching, screaming liberal who does what he can to outshout, out-decibel level any conservative he can get his hands on, usually me. Now, what's interesting is that many people have accused me of salting my program with these people. I don't do it. I don't pay them. They have no special line. Believe me when I tell you, I ought to pay them, but I don't. They want to get in. I don't screen calls, so either they make it or they don't. It's getting harder, the show's getting bigger, so you don't hear them as frequently, but they still get on. The complaints I get about these callers are made by people who don't like outspoken, persistent callers. Well, I can't stop anybody from sitting there in their home with a speed dialer or dialing on multiple phones to get on the air, because that's exactly how they do it. But as I say, I'm glad they do. It makes for good talk radio. Sometimes, though, I'll just say to someone irate over these liberal callers, sure, I pay them to call. But of course, I don't. I've given them an opportunity to air their views, and they've learned to take advantage of that. And frankly, that's fine by me. If they can get through, they can get through. That's the way it is. But I certainly don't plant them, and they've got no special way of getting in, no matter what you may hear. The quickening. Of the many topics I bring up on Coast, one of the most important serious topics is something I call the quickening. In all the years I've been on the air with my radio program, I've seen things begin to accelerate in nearly every aspect of our lives. To begin with, I've seen things accelerate economically. The debt of the country is soon to be unmanageable, will ultimately be a killer of the country. As a matter of fact, a late update for this talking book is that we now have achieved $1 trillion in credit card debt, something the bankers are calling truly dangerous. Socially, America is definitely in a rapidly escalating crisis, no question. One example would be the riots in Los Angeles, which occurred after the King verdict, the unbelievable violence, the defiance against authority, the blatant looting, and so forth. The social crisis is also exemplified by the increased cheapening of life in America. Gangs are on the rise. Gangs and gang members who think nothing of murdering people just to have the experience of killing somebody. This is a phenomenon which never really existed before in this country. It is a reflection of the way people are being raised here. Too many people are growing up in broken families and haven't been given any sense of value of their own or others, a definite lack of respect, and the basic respect of the lives of other people. Statistics indicate that these days you are more likely to be murdered by a complete stranger for no real motive. There was a day in America when you went in, you robbed a 7-Eleven, and you backed out holding your gun on the guy. In modern America, you go in, rob a 7-Eleven, take the few dollars, and then shoot the guy for the fun of it. Politically, things are accelerating in a destructive trend. President Clinton is what I've called the monster from our id. This is sort of a takeoff from the movie called The Forbidden Planet, which man creates a monster from inside himself. In essence, I think that's what we've done politically in this country. President Clinton exemplifies my hypothesis perfectly. We have elected a man who will tell us exactly what we want to hear at any given moment. This appears to be exactly what we want. Politically, economically, socially, we're at a very great crisis point, and it is increasing very rapidly. Other evidence of the quickening, or the acceleration of things, includes the dramatically changing weather patterns. There is more violent weather than ever before. The hurricane season we had in 1995 was one of the worst. Earthquakes, other acts of nature are happening with increasing frequency. More of everything, which seems to have a detrimental effect on the people of the country, seems to be accelerating, or, if you wish, quickening. People everywhere are beginning to feel the hair stand on the back of their heads, as if they realize something is about to happen. Perhaps some sort of judgment. The other shoe. I also feel something is about to happen, and all of these accelerated things seem to point to the same conclusion. After several years of taking note of this accelerating trend, more in a negative way, I've got to say, I finally summed it up one night on the air and just called everything that was going on the quickening. Now, I know there are a lot of my listeners who translate this to mean something biblical. Maybe it is. Who's to say? Not me. I'm not on the air telling anyone that the world is going to end. I'm also not on the air telling people that Armageddon is just around the corner. What I guess I'm saying is something is going to occur. We have gone past the point of no return, and we're going on to whatever is next. I don't think you've got to be a rocket scientist to easily come to the conclusion that we're headed somewhere different. All I've done is make a pragmatic observation of the acceleration of events in every category I've mentioned, which collectively I call the quickening. I really don't like being negative about America. I admit it may be my age showing, but I'd rather think this is years of experience dealing directly with the American people from a very unique position as a talk host. The level of cynicism and distrust has never been higher in America. We have passed, in my opinion, the social point of no return. I don't know. I'm still puzzling this one out myself, but I strongly sense we're on the verge of something that doesn't look very good. There are a number of memorable topics or stories that I've aired over the years, which I personally and many of my listeners seem to take a very special interest in or just found entertaining and thought-provoking. I'll share a few. The black box. I am the person who likes to study human nature. One time I did an entire show. As a matter of fact, I think this might have come from a Twilight Zone episode that was designed to reveal something about everybody who called. The hypothesis was simple. You're given a black box. On the black box, there is a single button. Now, in order to get $1 million in good old hard, tax-free cash, all you need to do is push the button. But when and if you do somewhere sometime, somebody, well, actually immediately, somebody is going to drop dead. Then the guy comes back, takes the black box away, and that's it. You've got $1 million. You have no idea who you killed or how they died or where. The reactions on both an emotional and moral level are fascinating. This is another example of the kind of show that I do that may have nothing to do with contemporary issues. But I do them because I love seeing how people react, and I love talking to people about things like that. One night, I went on the air, and there was no audio. In other words, they could not hear me at the network. The arrangement I have is my studio in one room, and in the adjacent room I've got the uplink transmitter. Now, that means there had to be wiring put underneath the house to traverse the audio between the two rooms. Therefore, the technical crew from CBC and I began troubleshooting equipment like crazy. I mean, here they are doing a replay, and I'm trying to figure out why I have no audio going from room A to room B. Well, finally, out of frustration, I pulled up on one of the suspect wires connecting my studio equipment with the other room. I pulled, and I pulled, and I pulled, until it finally came up out of the floor. I mean, here I was, holding a wire cut cleanly in half, just like you'd taken a pair of scissors and chopped right through it. Some animal, I have no idea what, nor do I really want to know, had munched through my cord. I only got on the air that night by running an emergency cord from room A to room B. I was so angry, I took a gun down under the house the next day, went hunting for this terrible critter. Had a taste for metal and rubber. Well, I did it every morning for a while. I never did meet up with or find out what it was. To this day, I don't run the wire underneath the house, so it can't ever happen again. Or if it does, it means something with very big teeth is in my house. I prefer science fiction that is somehow, loosely at least, based on science fact. In other words, therefore I tend to especially enjoy covering stories like the discovery and implications of the Hale-Bopp comet. Originally, it was reported in the Sunday London Telegraph. This comet appeared to have crept into our solar system from the depths of space, fueling inevitable concern for the end of the world. Well, in the beginning, because of the relative brightness of the comet, It was reported to be as large as 1,000 miles across. Out past the orbit of Jupiter on its current course, it would arrive in Earth's realm around 1997. So, one night on Coast, I went on the air and asked a good loaded question. What if? What if a comet, maybe this one, maybe another one, was headed toward Earth and we only had a few weeks, a few months, or even a few years left, but we knew the world was going to end? Well, there were a number of interesting responses to this. Some people, perhaps inevitably, said, well, Art, I'd go home and I'd be with my family. With that in mind, when I asked everybody, what will everyone else do? The answer was, they will go crazy. There'll be anarchy. What's the real answer? Would everyone go and quietly contemplate their last minutes? Or would it suddenly be a world of chaos and panic? I don't know the answer. Do you? It is nevertheless an interesting question. And inevitably, people took it wrong and went on the air on other shows and said, guess what, Art Bell said a comet's going to hit Earth. No, I never said that, but people hear sometimes what they want to hear. I get lots of interesting stories from my listeners. Normally, I try to have a story confirmed, particularly if it sounds interesting, but almost hard to believe. Love those stories. Anyway, the whale blubber story was something that came to me in a fax called The Far Side Comes to Life in Oregon, an account of the stupidity of the Oregon State Highway Division. The man who faxed me the story said he had videotaped the story, which aired on a local TV news broadcast. Apparently, about a 45-foot, 8-ton dead whale had washed up on the beach there. For some reason, the Oregon State Highway Division was given responsibility to remove the dead carcass. Apparently, the theory being that whales and highways, both being large objects, they should get the job. After considering a lot of different ways of doing it, the highway engineers decided the most expedient means to remove the whale was to blow the thing up with about a half-ton of dynamite, and the small pieces remaining would be eaten by the seagulls. So, with that in mind, they moved the spectators up the beach a bit of a distance, put about a half-ton of dynamite next to the whale carcass, and set the thing off. Well, the moment the whale was detonated, there was a glorious cloud of smoke and fire as the huge carcass disappeared. The spectators cheered and whistled and carried on, perhaps in admiration of this feat undertaken with such adeptness by the Oregon State Highway Division. That is, until a huge thud was heard as giant pieces of whale blubber began to fall from the sky on people. They smelled awful. One big piece of whale blubber came down and crushed the roof of a car about a quarter mile away. Well, this was followed by a shower of whale blubber falling everywhere, hitting, splatting everything, including video camera lens, which was smeared with unseemly substances of various sorts. After the shower settled, one could see several chunks of whale blubber the size of condos, which landed on the beach. There were no seagulls in sight. All the people had scurried off, seeking shelter, presumably including the gulls. The man who sent the fax indicated the video of the event was something that he and his friends enjoyed watching over and over again. He said it was especially good entertainment at parties. He also wondered how much it cost in tax dollars to finally clean up the mess. I wonder about that too. Nonetheless, this was a gross and yet very funny and true story. Throughout the show, listeners called in suggesting alternatives which the Oregon State Highway Division may have used to clean up the whale. Since that time, I actually had the guy whose car was crushed on the show. Fan mail, hate mail, love mail, I get it all. I get a lot of faxes, letters sent to me on a daily basis. Fortunately, the great majority of them are laudatory and complimentary. As a percentage, I'd say about 90% of my faxes and letters are of the good or praising variety. These are obviously my fans, and they want to express appreciation for me and my show. I've got fans from all walks of life and experiences, young, old, some of them famous, Some have fans of their own. A couple of examples. Doris Day used to write me letters just about every week. I think she's still very much a listener to the show when she can. Steve Lawrence and Edie Gourmet are also fans. I immensely appreciate all my fans, no matter who they are. I confess, however, that I only very occasionally read faxes or letters that praise me on my show. The reason I don't do that is because, to me, it feels, and I bet it sounds, self-serving. So I tend to read the criticisms more than I do the good stuff. These are the faxes and mail from the people who hate me. And I have people who hate me, but I have come to terms with that. These people who really hate my guts comprise about 5 or 7% of the correspondence I get, so it probably is about the percentage out there. It may sound strange, but I actually monitor my hate mail. I even worry some if I don't get it, because that must mean I'm doing nothing. And there can be nothing worse than doing nothing. No waves, nothing. After all, given so many millions of listeners, and given the many topics in which I freely offer views, surely there is going to be at least a very small percentage of people who are going to hate my guts because of what I say. And if I don't get much of a hateful response, then I'm not saying things that really make any waves, and I don't want to do that. The people who hate me really express themselves hatefully. I've had explosives sent in the mail to me. Thus far, none of them have detonated. Thank you very much. I've had the nastiest and worst mail you can imagine. Some people have charged me with being a Nazi. Some people think I'm a tyrannical dictator, which to some degree I am, but only to maintain control of the radio program, and so it works. It is a sort of a controlled anarchy, I believe. I also get love mail. There have been a number of instances in which ladies have sort of fallen in love with me, my voice, whatever, on the radio. It's possible. I know that listeners form a bond with talk show hosts. I've always known about this, and I've always frankly worried about this tendency for bonding. Often the bond between listener and talk show host can be strong, really strong, like a family member. So I don't take it lightly. I definitely feel the responsibility of that bond, and every so often a listener will yield to the bond and allow it to translate into love. In some cases, this may evolve into a sort of passionate kind of love, and it's very real to the listener who has the feelings. I understand that. I have some feelings of those kinds for some stars that I know of, Shannon Doherty, for example. So I receive love letters every now and then. Generally, I don't keep them. Or, one might say, I'm not allowed to keep them. I remember one lady down in Arizona who used to send me very serious love letters, very graphic, serious love letters, perfumed. And they would jump out at me from pink envelopes. These letters were mushy, sensual, sexual. My wife got hold of them. Eventually, when my wife couldn't stand it any longer, I think she sat down and wrote this lady a letter. I imagine it was probably blistering. I never got to read it. I guess it's like anything else. You've got extremes in everything, even in the correspondence you receive. You have those who love you on the one hand of the spectrum and those who hate your guts on the other, and hopefully a lot of people in the middle, in between. So there's a good reflection of the variety of humanity that is out there to which my show is exposed. And beyond, already Coast to Coast AM has expanded beyond the shores of the continent to places like Tahiti, the Virgin Islands, heard well into South America. I went down to Mazatlan frequently, and it just blasted in down there. Seems that this will not be restrained, nor will every caller's need to be heard to share his or her opinion with the rest of the listeners. And so, this dynamic program will stretch, coming more and more into its own. I love Coast. Now, let me turn my attention for a moment to Dreamland. Dreamland is a program which is very close to my heart, as you all know. Before doing Dreamland, I did a radio program called Area 2000 from KDON in Las Vegas. We wanted the show to deal with issues that arose as we headed toward the turn of the century, or as I call it, the millennium. That's how we came up with the name, Area 2000, dealt with very much the same sort of topics that I deal with on Dreamland, and very much the same kind of format. The show was funded by an organization that was very interested in having these issues looked at seriously. Before they even came along, I had been doing similar shows on Coast, interviewing John Lear, that kind of thing. But this took the format and made it into a weekly show. So after I moved to Pahrump, went to work for Chancellor Broadcasting to do Coast, Area 2000 ended. There was a great hue and cry. I also was not happy the show had ended. After I'd been doing Coast for a while, I felt there was a void which needed filling. I knew that I missed doing Area 2000. After being bothered by this for some time, I finally called Alan Corbett, told him how I felt. Alan, being open-minded and just a very good business person, agreed to help me with the new show, based on what Area 2000 had been. So was born the idea of Dreamland. Even though I work 5 days, I don't mind working the 6th day, because it is a labor of absolute love. All of radio is, but Dreamland, as you know, for me, is particularly a labor of love. Now, as I've already indicated, I live, as you know, in Pahrump, and it just so happens that out in the middle of the Nevada desert, within a short drive north of Pahrump, there is a rather controversial and significant government zone called Area 51. Area 51 is referred to frequently as Dreamland. The name is derived by the strange activities that occur in this government-sanctioned area. It's been known for many years that the government uses Area 51 as a place to test unusual aircraft. Rumors have it the government may have obtained and housed in Dreamland aircraft from somewhere out of this world. Some of the aircraft are reported to resemble flying discs or, if you will, flying saucers. Being so physically close to this area and dealing with topics that relate to it, I decided the most natural name for my new program would be Dreamland. People have fallen in love with that program. It presently claims 160 affiliates, acquired now in just over a year, and it's growing fast, very quickly. The show is an interesting forum, covers topics that people are either afraid to talk about or simply don't have the opportunity to explore. I'm not afraid of these topics. In fact, they energize and challenge me. On Dreamland every week, I have a guest, whether it's somebody from the world of science, or a past life expert, or even somebody who specializes in alien abductions. My guests either will be spectacular, or sometimes they crash in flames. Look, when you do a live show week after week, it's a throw of the dice. In fact, I throw the dice every night, actually. I let my guests tell their story. I don't interrupt. I don't demand proof. I don't pin them up against the wall to prove every statement they make. I am not a contentious interviewer. It's kind of like inviting a guest into your house and then getting into a huge argument with them. I don't think that's very good radio. I'd rather let my audience judge whether it sounds real and credible or phony and laughable. The guest will inevitably either dig their own grave or climb their own mountain, as it were. In contrast to Coast, which I can carry for 5 hours, it's important for me to have the specific input of someone who's got expertise in a particular field relating to Dreamland issues. Every week, when we begin Dreamland, Linda Howe starts the program out. She is an investigative reporter as she looks into crop circles, animal mutilations, and related things. Now, one of the very interesting segments that we recently had was when Linda somehow got the sound of what is alleged to be Bigfoot. If you want to hear something that will curl the hair on the back of your neck, listen carefully to the following. This is alleged to be the sound of Bigfoot. Listen to this. How would you like to meet that out in the forest one night? Dreamland covers two main topics, and occasionally we deviate from those. But the topics I cover on Dreamland are things which I have addressed as long as I've been in radio. In short, Dreamland is an official extension of my own interest in the topics of life after death, paranormal, mental telepathy, various spiritually related topics, as well as my interest in, learning about whether or not there is intelligent extraterrestrial life. The show features discussions on all of these topics, and the entire controversial unidentified flying object phenomenon, including UFO sightings, the accounts of aliens, accounts of abductions of people by aliens. When you look into the sky and see all the stars, suns, and planets that exist in our universe, seems to me you'd be very naive indeed to dismiss the possibility of the existence of intelligent life somewhere out there. Have intelligent life forms visited here? Do these life forms visit us? Are these life forms actually here among us? I really don't have a conclusive answer to any of it, but I'm sure open to learning about these things. Now, I personally have had a couple of strange experiences which have certainly compelled me to do this radio program in the first place, which compel me to continue the show until I get the answers. I have had one experience in my own life, only one, which involved precognition. It was many years ago when I was still in rock radio. I was living in Santa Barbara, California, sitting in my apartment one day watching the evening news. Suddenly, I had this strong feeling wash over me that something or somebody was about to hit my car. It was bizarre. I felt stupid. Wave after wave of this feeling would hit me that somebody was going to hit my car. So I couldn't ignore it. I got up, went over to the window, looked out at my car. It was fine. I thought, dumb, huh? Went back, sat down, watched the TV some more. It began again. It came washing over me in wave after wave after wave. And finally, again, feeling stupid, I got up, went over to the window, looked out the window, and going down the walkway away from my apartment building was somebody else who lived there. I watched the man get into his car, which was parked directly in front of my car, throw it into reverse, and I'll be damned if he didn't plow right into my car. It freaked me out so badly, I fell to my knees. For a minute, I couldn't do a thing. And then I had the presence of mind to say, to get up and yell out the window, hey, I saw that. He said, okay, I'm stopping, and we exchanged. It was not a big deal. But there's no question about it. That was precognition. No question about it. And I've now had one UFO sighting. I'll never forget it. It actually occurred on the way back from KDWN in Las Vegas, and thankfully, thank God, my wife was with me. So I made her come on the radio and witness what I am about to tell you. It was about 11:25 p.m. We were about a mile away from my home, and my wife was in the passenger seat. I was driving. She turned around. For some reason, I guess saw a light or something and said, what the hell's that? I said, I don't have any idea. I stopped the car. It was so quiet out there, you could hear crickets at a quarter of a mile. That's how quiet it was. Here, coming up from behind us, moving roughly from the east toward the west, was this giant triangular craft. I would estimate 150 feet above us. I would estimate big, about 150 feet from one point of the triangle to the other. It had a strobing red light on the front part of the triangle, two bright white lights on each rear side of the triangle, and it just floated. I say floated. It did not fly aerodynamically, nor did it make a sound, right over our heads. Couldn't have been doing more than 20 miles an hour. Slow, floating. Not a hang glider. This was a craft. It was big. It was deadly silent. And there's no question about what I saw. There was not a full moon, but close to a full moon, and it went right above us. the both of us watched it float out across the Pahrump Valley and disappear. Well, so what did I see? I don't know. A UFO. A close encounter. So there you have it. I saw a government something that we don't even admit we have, or I saw an alien craft. I have no idea. But I guarantee, with my hand on my own book, I swear to you what I have told you is the absolute truth. I do not believe that hundreds of thousands of people all around the world have just imagined these things, made up these reports. Hundreds of thousands even in Mexico. I don't believe, for example, that some UFO sightings that people have are not the real thing. I think some of them are. Thousands of people seeing the same thing cannot all be wrong. Granted, there probably are sightings which can be explained as natural phenomena, maybe even the majority, but many, too many, that cannot. I believe we have been visited by beings from outside of our world, though I'm quite skeptical that anybody has actually been abducted by such beings, though I continue to air reports of supposed abductions. Of course, I have no way of knowing for sure. Matter of fact, I suppose nobody can know for sure until such beings land on the White House lawn or something. Nonetheless, I believe that our government probably knows about such visits, doesn't want to reveal details lest it induce utter panic in the American populace. I think that people really would go into a panic should such a visitation be confirmed, widely known about, publicized through the national media, and I also believe we're being prepared for some such announcement. I believe it would completely upset the social and religious structure of America. There might even be anarchy. But I also believe people should be given the truth. The outcome of the information brought public has been an ongoing debate in the UFO community. Look, I've been in talk radio long enough discussing these things openly to know that people who are very religious would most likely believe any visitors from out of this world would be demonic. And the first little green guy or gray guy walking down the plank of a flying saucer would be filled with so much lead that it'd be over in no time at all. That is to say, over for us. Because if there is a whole fleet out there, they'd probably blow us away in retaliation. I don't think we're ready for contact yet. There are many who would probably handle such contact well. I know many who would even pray for such open contact, as though this might result in our salvation. Seems to me if aliens had any brains at all, they would not make themselves apparent to us. And if there are any out there who get to read my book or listen to this tape, take my advice, don't make contact with us yet. We are not ready for you. Ghosts and the afterlife. As for the possibility of an afterlife, this subject material, as you know, fascinates me as no other. I believe we have a soul. True, nobody has ever come back that I know of from the dead and given us a report on their experience. This fact, however, doesn't stop me from continuing to investigate the topic. I'm really kind of a hands-on kind of person. I'll continue to look for evidence that tells me that something will happen after this life. The best photograph I've ever received came from a man in Arizona, a photograph taken by a stonemason who'd been doing some remodeling work in the basement of an old house. The photo was taken as a record of the stonemason's work. He was proud of it. He was going to put it in his portfolio. In looking at the photo, you can discern what appears to be the white, cloudy outline of some being hovering in the room where the stonemason had done the work. I believe this is a ghost. I happen to believe ghosts are spirit beings, probably spirits of the dead, somehow trapped here on Earth. They're trapped here for some reason, and I can't tell you why. Apparently, there were at least 2 work crews on the house. They walked off the job. Eventually, this particular stonemason did the work. Yet during the course of the work, the workers did have some unusual experiences on one occasion. A couple of workers were going up a stairway when all of a sudden a very strong invisible force pushed them back. They toppled backward down the stairs as a result. Clearly, there was something in that house again. I think it was a spirit, a ghost. There have been many, many accounts like this of people who, for all intents and purposes, had died. They were no longer breathing, heart stopped, and so forth. Yet they'd come back to life after a period of maybe a few minutes, an hour, or more. In each case, they report very similar experiences. They all seem to report going through a tunnel with a bright light. You know the story. Followed by the meeting of relatives who'd passed away. The fast-forward film event of their lives from their youth on. For me, this provides a certain amount of encouragement that when you die, there is some place you go. How do we prove it? I don't know. I love to get experts on Dreamland to talk about things like this. I get doctors, scientists, people who have actually had these experiences. It is utterly fascinating to me. So, why not have an open forum like Dreamland? After all, if we were to discover there's intelligent life out there, it would be the story of the century. If there's proof that there's life after death, this would solve one of the great mysteries that mankind has always had. People need Dreamland, and people want Dreamland. The topics of discussion are controversial, but they're important. Dreamland will continue to entertain and inform, going where others fear to tread. Life can be an amazing experience. You know, it amazes me at times when I reflect on my life and compare my rather inauspicious beginning to the way my life is now. I began by growing up in a very turbulent household. I didn't like, nor did I do particularly well in school. Don't have good memories of it. I didn't have a chance to cultivate friendships, as most of you have, because my family moved around so much. I was almost always in trouble at school, at home, everywhere. Yes, I was a troublemaker. And there was every indication I'd probably end up either dead or in jail. I believe in God, and I believe it was my fate that I would discover radio and would discover an innate interest and, thank God, had some sort of talent for radio. As I consider how my life has unfolded over the years, I can see how everything seemed meant to be. Have you ever felt that way? Well, all this seems as though it was meant to be. And after I've gone through all of this, even the many years of barely subsisting, and I had those, and the many years of moving from one end of the country to the other, I could see it all come together. I now know that I've been specially blessed as not only in the area of becoming, I hope, a good broadcaster, but very fortunate to excel to a level rarely experienced by most people in the business. My success has been the result of being the right person, I guess at the right place at the right time. I've recognized opportunity and followed through. The last few years have proven to be very good ones for the talk radio business. Popularity of talk radio has grown tremendously. When Larry King ended his nighttime radio career, there was also another important opportunity and a significant turning point in my own career. There it was, a vacuum. I filled it. Also, there have been a lot of people who helped me along the way, and I'm grateful to all of them. Grateful to my mom, who encouraged me when I discovered ham radio. Grateful to the general at Amarillo Air Force Base, who made it possible for me to experience commercial radio broadcasting for the first time. Grateful to the Air Force for introducing me to the Orient, which resulted in my incredible radio experience on Okinawa. I'm grateful to all the radio stations, big and small, those in between, that helped me learn my craft. I'm grateful to even Claire Reese at KDON in Las Vegas, who gave me my first break in Big Talk Radio. Grateful to Alan Corbett for making it possible for my show to be syndicated all over America and beyond. Grateful to my wife from Mona, who's encouraged me and helped me to succeed. Without her, I couldn't have done it. And I'm immensely grateful to my many, many listeners. I'm grateful to my longtime listeners, those of you who are new to the show as it continues to grow. I'm a fortunate man, and I'm grateful for all I have. And the last line I can think to give you is, and it is true, life is good. From the high desert, I don't know if it's morning, afternoon, or evening, but I guess I'll say good day, America.